Hello, hello, hello! Welcome on the stream. Bine ați venit pe stream. So I also talked with all the people, Romanian and English. În română și în engleză vorbesc tuturor ca să știți. Hello. Okay, just a few adjustments. And sorry for my hair. It's like that because I just got out of the shower, so yeah, it's gonna be pretty much like this, so my bad. Also, I talked with someone about the last stream. Also, I still made some mistake about the settings in OBS for the quality, so I'm gonna need to fix that in the next stream again. Now you can also use, if I'm not wrong, the 720p and the 360p, but unfortunately you can't go more down than that for now. I'm gonna fix all those issues and you are gonna have it fixed probably tomorrow, because the next stream is gonna be tomorrow. So hopefully next stream is gonna be even better. Also, I got some feedback from some people, and today we're gonna start with my exercises. I'm not gonna do it before the stream, I'm gonna do it on the stream every time for you to see exactly my schedule of doing those exercises for my voice. Even though maybe right now it's not a huge improvement, but I can see some improvement in my speaking, in my speech. Wait. What the heck? Why change my account to an account where I don't have YouTube Premium and I got ads on my own song? What the heck, Sharifa? Okay, that's weird. Okay, and getting back to the stream, we're gonna start with doing our my training. You're gonna see exactly what I'm doing. You can also see the website. The pages on YouTube that I'm using, the guys on YouTube that I'm using to train my voice. You're gonna have a little bit of fun because it's pretty funny to watch someone doing the exercise that I'm doing. So yeah, and after that we are gonna go straight up to finishing the English part of the arcane video, and after that the Romanian part of the arcane video. And after we should pretty much be done, we can go to Minecraft and have some fun. And tomorrow with the next script, because if we finish it today, the one that we started yesterday, it should be a new one tomorrow. Now, just give me a few seconds to open my playlist where I have my exercises, so for you can see it. Just a few seconds please, and it should be we should be able to do it. Just a few moments, and I hope you're gonna like these streams. As I said, it's more like provoking myself to do these things because I need to do it, and like that I can put my ADHD in check. So it's more like something to trick my brain. So you are not necessarily obligated to come on my streams, but if you want to be here and help me with some feedback and real-time ideas and feedback, would be insane good, because the content is gonna be improved, and it's also gonna have a little bit of your touch. So if you want, you are welcomed. Okay, why the song is not on repeat? Okay, repeat. Thank you. Because we want our song to be on repeat. It's my song, so I don't get any DMCA for that, so I can use it as much as I want and even put these VODs on YouTube. And also I'm gonna add when I finish doing the VOD channel for YouTube, a channel in the description for YouTube where you can see the whole stream. No cuts, nothing, just straight up the VOD from Twitch put on YouTube. And maybe when I'm gonna have some time, some edits or some channel for some edits from that VOD, but for now I just want to straight up download the Twitch VOD and put it on YouTube to preserve all our progress from day 1 to day 300, 400, who knows how much we're gonna still do this. Hopefully we're not gonna finish doing this anytime, but who knows. Okay, where's my
Hi there, and welcome back to Ingvid.
Okay, now I just need a few seconds to it's gonna show like this. No. I need to go here, and here I need to add that. So you're gonna see a little bit of black screen right now on the screen, so I'm sorry for that. And just give me a few seconds. Window capture. The sizes. Okay, it looks like it catches the specific one that I wanted to catch. Perfect. And now I just need to straight up pull that down because it's too up. Thank you. And I also want to make something like this. Just give me a second to adjust a little bit. Yep, this should be good. And yes, go and check Benjamin because this guy is doing some really good and helpful tutorials for your speech. If you want to speak better, have a better speech and all of those things, check this guy. It's really helpful, at least for me. And this is my playlist. It's diction that's write it here. It's in Romanian because I'm Romanian, and it's my playlist, all the things that I want to check at least one time. So now let's do our exercises. After we do the exercises, we're gonna go straight up to voice acting. Oh, no, this up. And also, if you are watching the VOD or you are on the stream right now, you can straight up, if you want to. Okay, why this two up? Okay. Perfect. So back to what I was saying. If you are on Twitch right now on the stream, or you are gonna watch this as a VOD, just do the exercises, ask the exercises to me if you want. That would be great. So now let's start doing it. We're gonna first need to stop the music, unfortunately, because it's gonna be a little bit distracting, at least for me, when I'm trying to focus on this.
Today's lesson is to make sure that you are understood, because you could learn all the vocabulary in the world, but if you're not being understood by speaking clearly, then there's...
Also, I'm gonna jump some parts straight up to the exercises. So, if you want to watch the video fully from start to finish, you have right here the link, the title, and the channel. So you can search it for yourself, or you can just come up on the streams and ask for the link, or ask for the link in the description, in the comments, and I'm gonna give it to you. So now let's do this. Also, before anything else, I want to check if my sound it's okay. Is my sound it's okay? the video fully from start to finish, you have right here the link, the title, and the channel. So you can search it for yourself, or you can just come up on the streams. Well, good. Let's go. Let's do this. So I want to jump straight up to reading this.
Focus on your S sounds, or you need to focus on your D sounds, but then you have these exercises to help you. Slowly, exercises, okay? So for S sound, ready? Let's go. To sit in solemn silence in a dull, dark dock, in a pestilential prison with a lifelong lock, awaiting the sensation of a short, sharp shock from a cheap and chippy chopper on a big black block. Okay, I'll now do this at full speed. To sit in solemn silence in a dull, dark dock, in a pestilential prison with a lifelong lock, awaiting the sensation of a short, sharp shock from a cheap and chippy chopper on a big black block. To sit in solemn silence in a dull, dark dock, in a pestilential prison with a lifelong lock, awaiting the sensation of a short, sharp shock from a cheap and chippy chopper on a big black block. Is used with the tongue going up to what is called the alveolar ridge in your mouth. So you should feel your tongue going up to get this sound correctly. Again, slowly and then at full speed. In tooting, two tutors astute try to toot a duke on a flute. But duets so grueling and only in dueling when tutors astute toot the flute. That should say toot. Let's put another T there. Again, in tooting, two tutors astute try to toot a duke on a flute, but duets so grueling and only in dueling when tutors astute toot the flute.
Good.
Weird.
We finished the first two exercises.
Okay, and on to M, H, and I. She stood on the balcony. Okay, so try and get balcony. That L there, the L rising up to the roof of your mouth. Inexplicably mimicking, so the M sound,
hiccuping,
lips together, mimicking him,
welcoming
hiccuping, so a nice open mouthful, hit for the H sound, hiccuping, and amicably welcoming him home. It's quite hard to get the ing there. Welcoming him home. She stood on the balcony, inexplicably mimicking him hiccuping and amicably welcoming him home. She stood on the balcony, inexplicably mimicking him.
Okay, this time I got myself distracted and I started to misspell the words again.
Start again. She stood on the balcony, inexplicably mimicking him hiccuping and amicably welcoming him home.
Easy.
Okay, so really got to move your mouth to get that
those
sounds correctly.
From France for passions.
I've put F, V, and TH together because you must make sure that there is a difference between your TH sounds and your F and your V. This is something I learned after lots of long, hard practice at drama school. But your TH, your tongue has to go up to the top of your mouth and sort of tick the teeth. Okay, the F and V sound is more made by you got your lip there and air coming out. Five flippant Frenchmen fly from France for fashions. Five flippant Frenchmen fly from France for fashions. Bit more of a
Vincent vowed vengeance very vehemently.
Vincent vowed vengeance very vehemently. Vincent vowed vengeance very vehemently. Vincent vowed vengeance very vehemently.
Vincent vowed vengeance very vehemently.
This thin that touch these themes, those thorns, the thug they thank.
This thing that touch these themes, those thorns, the thug they thank.
Those thorns, the thug they thank.
Easy.
Let's have some more. Okay, so on to D,
You drop in
K,
and you drop
and
in.
L.
Do drop in
And another
you drop
note
in.
on this,
Do
as
drop
you're
in
going
you drop
along,
in.
try and really get a range in your pitch and intonation. So it's not just the sounds, but you're seeing how high can you go in your register, how low can you go, and you're playing around with these sounds. Actually, while we're on that note, this is an exercise for exactly that. I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream. Okay, we're trying to get a nice rise and, you know, full and ebb in your pronunciation. If you're watching this having watched my video for Polish speakers, then this is exactly for you. Obviously not all, but some. Okay, let's go again. I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream. Try it and sound silly, okay? And so we're playing around with sound in these exercises. It's not something you should think about when you're actually talking to someone, but you do the work with in your sort of speech practice, and then hopefully when you're actually speaking to people, you'll come across as being more expressive. Right, D's. Do drop in at the dew drop in. Do drop in at the dew drop in. Okay, remember to get the at there, at. Let's go on to K. Kiss her quick, kiss her quicker, kiss her quickest.
Kiss her quick, kiss her
How
quickest.
fast can you say that? Kiss her quick, kiss her quicker, kiss her quickest. L. Larry sent the latter a letter later. Tongue's really got to move there in your mouth. Larry sent the latter a letter later.
Larry sent the letter later.
J. So to make that sound, your tongue is vibrating at the top of your mouth. J. Jean just jostled James gently. Jean just jostled James gently.
Jean just jostled James gently.
Onto Q and R. So this is just repeating quickly. Quickly, 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 quickly. Reading and writing are richly rewarding, and so is watching in vid. Reading and writing are richly rewarding.
Reading and writing.
This is from a play called The Pirates of Penzance. Yes, not of the Caribbean, of Penzance. On a map of Britain, it's down there, right in the corner, Penzance. It's near where Land's End is. It's the last stop on the train line down to Cornwall, and it was written by Gilbert and Sullivan. This is not the whole text. There is a slightly elongated version of it, but this is what I could fit on the board. So we'll give it a go. What we have here is it's like an amalgamation of all the different sounds that you should be able to pronounce clearly. Okay? It doesn't really mean much. I am the very pattern of a modern major general. I've information, vegetable, animal, and mineral. I know the kings of England, and I quote the fight historical. I understand equations, both simple and quadratical. I'm very good at integral and differential calculus. I know the scientific names of beings and animalculous. In short, in matters vegetable, animal, and mineral, I am the very model of a modern major general. Okay, let's go one more time. I am the very pattern of a modern major general. I've information, vegetable, animal, and mineral. I know the kings of England, and I quote the fights historical. I understand equations, both simple and quadratical. I'm very good at integral and differential calculus. I know the scientific names of beings and animalculous. In short,
in matters
just a
vegetable,
point
animal,
and something I want to say here.
I am the very
when you're
model of a
breathing,
modern
try not to
major
go
general.
From here. So try to keep bringing it in so you're breathing from down here. In short, in matters vegetable, animal, and mineral, I am the very model of a modern major general. Okay. I want you to go on animal and mineral. I am the very model of a modern major general. Okay, I want you to go off and have some fun with these. Maybe take some screenshots so you've got pictures of these on your phone. And
Okay, so we finished this. Now, here's this one.
If I asked you, how do you strengthen...
And this one is gonna be funny. And you are gonna see why this one is gonna be funny. At least for you to watch me doing it. It's gonna be funny in my mind. Just give me a few seconds because I'm trying to change a little bit the title of the stream. So I need a few seconds to do that. Because I need to find a better and suitable title for our stream. Okay, give me. I'm trying to see what ChatGPT is gonna give me as some ideas. Also, as I said, this second video that we're gonna watch and exercise with, it's gonna be even more funnier for me. On my Twitch stream. Okay. I mistyped at the end my life. Fuck my life. Okay. Perfect. Now, we're gonna start the second one. And finally, we got a better title, I believe so. This one
your
is gonna
biceps. You know what exercise you need to do? You probably know you need to do a bicep curl. But what if I asked you, how do you strengthen your voice? It blows my mind that this is the most important instrument in our lives, yet we don't get taught how to strengthen it. Not in primary school, not in high school, not in...
Another thing that I want to mention, this guy, Jiang, sorry if I misspell it, but this guy, it's insane good with some tips that he gives. Some sound very basic, but some are were extremely helpful for me. Even more when I have ADHD and some basic stuff I don't even have any idea about. This guy helped me a lot in these cases.
Tertiary education and not even in our professional careers. Let me share with you one of the most
And now you're gonna see why I said this exercise is gonna be funny. You are gonna see it why.
Effective exercises to better strengthen your vocal cords to give you a more powerful sounding voice. The first step is you have to do a lip flutter, which looks like this.
You see why?
Do that for one entire breath and then repeat another 2 times, therefore doing it a total of 3 times. Step 2, we're going to break it up.
So let's do it first. Again, let's hear what he does and we repeat.
Breath and then repeat another 2 times, like this.
Breath in, and when you we breath out, you're not gonna breath out normally, just for your entire breath, as he said. So let's do it again. It's fine. Now, the next exercise. We're gonna do it 2 times as we did with the last exercise. The double the size he does because we need to understand it better.
Do that for one entire breath, and then repeat another 2 times, therefore doing it a total of 3 times. Step 2, we're going to break it up. Do the same thing, but do it in spurts.
Bun, good. Let's do it, okay? So again, take air in, and when you are gonna get the air out, you're gonna do what I'm doing right now. Good. Next one.
Now what you do is you do the lip flutter again, except you add sound. Try to maintain a constant pitch, so you do it like this.
And becomes even funnier, I believe, for you to watch this. Ali is doing me this, but you can do it with me and have fun with me. Good, let's do it. It's gonna be 6 times. First 2 I'm gonna show it, demonstrate, and after that we are just gonna repeat it until we got to the 6th time where we exercise this one. So you take your air in, breath in, and when you breath out, don't just expire, but expire. I don't think that's the word. Don't just let the air out, but do this. Again, remember, this is gonna be a constant pitch, so try to keep it as constant as possible, the pitch of your voice, as I said. Good. 4 more times. Let's do it again. 4 more times, and again, constant pitch. Try to be as constant as possible. If you can be perfectly constant, it's fine, but try to control this as much as possible, because if you're gonna control it more and more, you're gonna get more used to controlling your voice. That's why you are excited, to understand, to train your voice, and also, as it says here, but also to learn how to control it. It's same as when you go to gym. When you go to gym, you don't just exercise to put muscle on yourself, but also to learn the muscle mind connection and learn how to control your muscles better. Same with those exercises. It's not just to train your voice, it's also to understand better how to control it. So the better you control your pitch and all those things, the better you're gonna do your voice when you voice acting. In your voice acting, again, I'm not the professional here, but at least for me, these exercises worked a lot to improve my voice. You can just go on YouTube, in the description on YouTube, on the Romanian or English channel, if you are Romanian or an English speaker person, and check for yourself to see how my videos were at the beginning and how they drastically change at the end. At the end, I mean the last video. And in the next video, you are gonna see an even better improvement. And in the next one, it's gonna be the audio that we're gonna, after the next one that we're gonna post. The next one after that is gonna be the one that we're recording right now. We recorded the first half on the last yesterday on the stream, and now we are recording the second part to finish doing both Romanian and English dub for those videos. So let's go back to the exercise. Again, try to have your pitch as constant as possible. And if you need to laugh in me doing this, you can do it. No issue with that. So let's do it. And if you want, try it with me. Again, we have to repeat it 4 more times. Two more times after we start, 3 more times, but after we do it right now, it's gonna be just 2. Also, before we finish, we get into the second last one, in the second last exercise for the constant pitch, for the lip flutter with constant pitch. Remember, you can have apps. For example, in my case, I can see my voice pitch in the mic auxiliary. In the mic, what's the name? In OBS, it shows me the mic, how high or how low my pitch it is. And in that case, you can straight up just download OBS to see that, to check it, or use other apps that show you live pitch when you speak, when you press record or anything like that, and record yourself just to see your pitch, because you need to adjust it as much as possible. I'm not doing this perfectly, but with more and more training, we're gonna get better. So get better with me. Now, let's get to the second last exercise for this exact exercise. Good. Now we're at the last one. Good. Good. Now let's get to the next exercise.
You must repeat that 3 times in total. Step 4, you do a lip flutter, just one, except you're going from a low pitch to a high pitch. And step 5, the final one.
So let's do this 2 times, and after that we get to the final one. So again, take air in, and when we let it out, do what I'm gonna do next. I was going too high. Okay, my bad. Again, second one. My voice. And also do not forget to hydrate yourself, drinking some water. I believe the water will be the best choice. You can drink some coffee too, but don't forget to drink water. It's the best one. Now, last exercise.
Just lip flutter your favorite song.
I'm gonna be a little bit biased. It's not necessarily my favorite song, but it's one of my favorites. Even though it's my song, I just like it. Okay, so don't judge me for that. So let's put the song that we have for our streams, the AzabeReviews song, the High Adventure song that I made, and you also can find it in the description. And let's lip flutter the song. So we're gonna put it right now, and we're gonna try to lip flutter it. Let's do it. Okay, so we lip flattered our favorite song. Or we can try also the song that he gives in the video.
Record your voice and how...
Also, you can see that he also as well says the same thing that I told you. Record yourself and try to see how it sounds.
Record your voice and how you sound now on your phone and label it with today's date. Do this exercise every single day. And in 3 months' time, 6 months' time, record yourself again. You'll have a completely new voice.
There are two things.
Good. Now we're gonna get to the last exercise. It's gonna be a funny one again, like was with this lip flutter one. And after that, we're gonna get straight up to the voice acting. To the English first, and after that to the Romanian, for the Romanian video. So, let's get to the exercises. Was, I think, this one?
Hi, and welcome to my video on daily exercises for better articulation. My name's Darren.
Also, by the way, I fixed the chat, so if you write, you should somewhere here pop out from here. Up right here if you type something in chat. Let's see it. Also, if you get ads every 30 minutes, is because I put this for you to don't get pre-roll ads. So hope that it's on your liking.
Darren, and I'm the founder.
And still I didn't completely fix for the for this thing to pop up on the screen when we have ads, but when I'm gonna find a way to make this automatically, it's gonna be great. So sorry for that until we find a fix for that. It's gonna take a little bit of time, maybe like 2-3 streams until I find a way to do that automatically. Okay, so let's do it.
Of freeandeasyspeech.com. These 5 exercises that you can practice daily are designed to work the articulators and the muscles of your mouth.
Again, we're gonna jump straight up to the exercises. So if you want to see the old videos for what we had on the stream to exercise on the stream at the beginning, and you want to exercise with me, if you want to watch it fully, just ask in the chat on the stream or in the VOD description or on the YouTube channel when I'm gonna finish doing that channel, and I'm gonna post the VODs right there if you're watching from there. So let's go to the exercises now. And I'm gonna give you the link, no issue with that. For each one you want. Okay. First, yawning. I think it's
one is so easy, you do it all the time yourself. It's yawning.
Yep, yawning. So I know it's gonna sound stupid, but if you try to force yourself to yawn, you're gonna see that exactly this part over here is gonna be in a lot of tension. And you're gonna feel it. Believe me, just try it. Or even when you are naturally yawning, you're gonna feel this part over here being in a lot of tension. So let's do the yawning. After that, lip triggers, we already did it with the lip flutters. We're gonna do the tongue triggers, and after that some words exercises. Is not they are not real words, are just some made up words to help you improve your speech. And we have 2 sets. So let's first start with the yawning. My bad. Let's do it.
That's right. I want you to yawn. I mean, you don't have to pull a stupid face when you do it, but it helps. When you take in the air with a yawn, you open up all the spaces from your lips right down to your diaphragm. And because you're letting in so much air, things have to create space. And this is exercising loads of muscles on the way down. And just enjoy it. Whether it comes naturally or you have to fake it, it doesn't matter. It's really good exercise. 10 of those to start your warm-ups. And as time goes on, you might want to start doing more, maybe 15. Do 10 for the first 10 days, and then do 15 for the next 15 days, then 20 for the 20 days after that, and see how you feel. And because you'll be doing these exercises daily, you'll start to notice a difference, and you might want to do more because you might see the benefits and just want to get that much better. Okay, number 2 is going to be lip trills. Now, singers use this quite a lot. If anyone who's done any singing out there,
and you can see clearly that I start to cry without wanting that. It's because forcing myself for some reason to yawn, it makes my eyes to cry. Not sure why that happens, but okay. So let's do it 12 more times, and we can go straight up to the words exercises and the tongue exercises. And after that we get to the voice acting. Don't forget to feel this part over here working when you intentionally yawn. Yawn with me. We have to do it 10 more times. Nine more times. Let's put some song in the meantime. Okay, so we have to do 9 more yawns. Again, you can do this with me. Eight more times. And you see that I'm making funny faces. Hope I make you smile seeing my funny faces and seeing me cry because I'm forcing myself to yawn. and motivates you to also do the same with me, because you're not gonna be seen by someone doing this, and you can do it more confidently. Even though I'm doing this especially to make myself more confident doing this in front of someone. Oh. 7 more times. 7. Let's do it. Six more times. Landing some water. Five more times, and we do the 15 reps for the yawning. We have 4 more times. Again, don't forget you're gonna try this to feel this part over here, this right here especially, because it's gonna be a lot of pressure put there, a lot of tension, and you need to feel it. It's exactly when you exercise in the gym, and you need to feel that tension in your muscle to have a better muscle mind connection. The same here, so try to do that. At least for me it's working, so if you want to check it for yourself, you can check my channel. And if you also want to try it with me on the streams, or watching the VODs, or watching straight up the videos I'm watching to remember the exact exercises, because my ADHD is making me forget, so sorry for that. I need to save them and watch the videos to remember the exact exercises and the exact order. Huh. 3 more times. Two more times. I hate that I'm crying because I'm forcing myself to yawn, but that is not, I can't control that part. So 2 more times and we can start to do the way second. Good. Don't forget, do it with me, and don't forget to focus on this part over here when you are yawning. 1 more time, and we finish doing the exercise for today, and we straight up can start the voice acting. And it's funny how it's literally 1 hour for training. That's good. That's good. For 3 hours of voice acting, to have 1 hour of training doesn't sound bad for me. Okay, so now the rest one. Yawn with me, take air in and breathe it out, and try to yawn. Perfect. We finished, and now we can go straight up to the next exercise. So, hello, Roxanne. One more time. Yes, one more time. Hello. What's up? How are you doing? Also, as I said, you can see yourself right here. Hope you like the design that I chose. It's not made by me, it's something I find in the internet. When I'm gonna have the budget to do something custom, I'm gonna also do that. After all this yawning, I can go back to work. Take some small sleep, a little bit of sleep if you need it. But it helps, at least if you try to voice act, it helps a lot to put some effort in yawning, forcing yourself to yawn, because at least in my case, when I'm forcing to do that, and even when I'm doing nature, I can feel some tension in this part right here, and that helps you to feel better. As I said, with this exercise, it's not just about training your voice, as you can see in the videos titles, this one and this other two. It's also about learning how to feel your voice better, how to control it better, how to feel the connection between this part right here and your mind. It's same as when you are going to gym, as I said a few times already, and you lift some weight. It's not just lifting that weight, it's also to put some muscle, it's also trying to learn the mind muscle connection. It's same here. So that's why it's actually good. At least in my case worked. As I said, if you want to check it for yourself, you have in the description the Romanian and English videos, so just check it for yourself and all should be good. Now, we have the tongue exercises, and after that two words exercises, 2 sets of word exercises. Again, those 2 word exercises are made up words, they don't exist, it's just to help you exercise. So let's start with the tongue. Also, I know they are funny to watch. It's funny to watch me doing all those things and making all those faces, so hope I put you a smile on your faces. And if you want, you can also do this with me. So let's go to the tongue exercises.
But just with your tongue. So rather than using your lips to brrr, you're going to use your tongue and make that sound. This is really difficult for some people. A lot of people don't use their tongue in a rhotic way and have a curl. My accent, I'm from London, so I generally don't curl my R's. And
what he tries to say with erotic way, it's like how we Romanians, Spanish, Italians, we usually speak in the R word, the R sound in a more Romanic, Latinic way, because Romanian, Spanish, and Italian are pretty much Latin languages. So,
I found this difficult to begin with. So with a bit of practice, you'll get there. It's really good at warming up another muscle. And the tongue is such a large muscle, it goes right the way down here. Your tongue plays such an important part of forming words. So these tongue drills are going to help with that. Here's how it should go. You might find after the first few times of doing these exercises that you find a little bit of aching in your mouth or at the bottom of your tongue. That's good. It means it's working.
Here and with your tongue somewhere right here. I'm not sure how to show it to you. There where I feel it in my case. Now, after we did the R sound for our, like a pirate, because we are pirates, after we did that, we need to go to the words exercises. So let's do it. As I said, you can see it straight up right here. They're straight up. What's that emoji? Let me check it. I want to see what's that. Oh, it's keku. Keku. Because I put kek. It's a kek. It's a Romanian dish. Because it sounds similar, and I wanted to put that. I forgot that I put that there. And yes. So you can see badaga, padaga, bodogo, podogo, budugu, pudugu, bidigi, pidigi, bedegi, pedegi. And yes, I said gay, I said pee, I said all those, I said poo. but these are the words that we need to pronounce to start speaking better when we read something, when we do our voice acting. And also we have this set with manala tavaza, monolo tovozo, munulu tuvuzu, minili tvz, menelei tvz. I know it sounds very stupid, but they're actually helpful. So let's start with the badara padara. And also after we do this, I'm gonna show you how this guy, or maybe I can show it before and after do the exercise, how this guy is pronouncing them extremely fast, and that's the target that you should have in your mind. You don't need to force yourself believing if you are not doing that you are wrong, because no, this guy has a lot of exercises in his background, a lot of experience, but that's where you should tend to go with these exercises when you get good enough. But yeah, like the song. Unexpected, yeah. So let's do it.
Words, but when put together, they can become.
And let's first show you how fast this guy can say it.
Badaga padaga bodogo podogo budugo budugo bidigi bidigi bediga pediga badaga padaga bodogo podogo budugo budugo bidigi bidigi bediga pediga badaga padaga bodogo podogo budugo budugo bidigi bidigi bediga pediga badaga padaga bodogo podogo budugo bidigi bidigi bediga pediga. What happened?
Literally, this guy said it 4 or 5 times in just a few seconds. You are not gonna be able to say that, I don't think, in 1 minute. So don't force yourself to too much. Just try to do it with me, and also check the video when you need to do it by only yourself, or check the VOD anytime you want, and do it in your own speed and try to improve it little by little, but focus on pronouncing them correctly, and try to improve the speed a little bit, not force yourself to his speed because you are gonna start pronouncing the words totally wrong. So also a trick that I seen to work, it's pronouncing these 3 together and these 3 together. Same for the other set. So badaga padaga, bodogo podogo, budugu pudugu, bidigi pidigi, bidige pidigi, badaga padaga, bodogo podogo, budugu pudugu, bidigi pidigi, bidige pidigi. Badaga padaga, bodogo podogo, budugu pudugu, bidigi pidigi, bidige pidigi. Badaga padaga, bodogo podogo, budugu pudugu, bidigi pidigi. I start to, you see what I was saying? I'm trying to force myself too much, and I'm starting to pronounce the words very very short, very bad. It's missing the ending of the word, even though they are made up words. So you should start something like that. Padaga padaga, badaga padaga, bodogo podogo, budugu pudugu, bidigi pidigi, bedege pedege. And after that, little by little, trying to improve. And when you start to see that you are actually misspelling the words, go a little slow. And try later, when you are gonna improve it a little bit, to pronounce it faster. It's not bad to try a few times to pronounce it fast, but if you see that you are continuously pronouncing them wrong, just a little bit, because the scope is to pronounce it correctly when you read this as fast as you can, not as fast as this guy is reading them. So let's do it, and also let me drink some water. Don't forget to hydrate yourself. Badaga padaga, bodogo podogo, budugu pudugu, bidigi pidigi, bedigi pidigi. Badaga padaga, bodogo podogo, budugu pudugu, bidigi pidigi, bedigi pidigi. Badaga padaga, bodogo podogo, budugu pudugu, bidigi pidigi, bedigi pidigi. Badaga padago. You see, again, I made the mistake. Badaga padaga, bodogo podogo, budugu pudugu, bidigi pidigi, bedigi pidigi. Finally, we finished the 4th in a row exercises for this one, and now to the 2nd set. And also, he is gonna say same thing that I told you. You need to focus on pronouncing them right, not on the speed. Speed is gonna come up with time, with exercising again and again and again, as I'm doing myself. I'm improving a little bit each time. Same, you can do the same thing as me and improve a little bit each time you exercise this. Because if you are gonna do this exercise that we do right now, and we are gonna do this exercise every start of the stream, it's gonna improve your voice little by little. Alina este aici. You can also run Rap God or Godzilla by Emin. Yeah. If you speech so fast like this guy, you can also speech those. You can also sing those songs from Eminem, like Rap God. But it's a long way until you get there. But yes, indeed, you can. So let's get the second set of words. The manala tavaza monolo tobozo munulu tuvuzu minili tivizi menelei tivezi. The last set of words is especially annoying, at least in my case, because it's not so easy to pronounce. So let's do it.
It's another set of words, but this time we're using different consonant sounds. So we have ma na la va vaza, mo no lo lo vozo, mu nu lu thu vuzu, mi ni li vi vizi, me ne le ve veze.
So let's do it. Mana la tavaza, monolo tovozo, monulu tuvuzu, minili tivizi, menile tvz. Oh my lord, last one is a killer. Yep, that's the idea with these made up words and all of those exercises, is to put yourself in a stupid and hard spot where your voice can be trained, and also for your mind voice connection to be better. As I told previously, when you are going to gym, you're not just putting muscles on your body, you are also making a better connection muscle mind to have a better control over your body. Same here. So let's do it. Manela tavaza, monolo tovozo, monolo tuvuzu, minili tivizi, menelei tivezi. Manela tavaza, monolo tovozo, monolo tuvuzu, minili tivizi, menelei tivezi. Manela tavaza, monolo tovozo, monolo tuvuzu, minili tivizi, menelei tivezi. Manela tavaza, monolo tovozo, monolo tuvuzu, minili tivizi, menelei tivezi. I need to take some air. I forgot to take some air. Also remember to not be stupid like me, and remember to take air when you're doing this, to breathe some air in as well. Manala tavaza monolo tovozo monolo tovozo minili tivizi menilei tvz. Manala tavaza monolo tovozo monolo tivil. Again, I forgot to take air. So from start again. Manala tavaza monolo tovozo monolo. I read it wrong again. Manala tavaza monolo tovozo monolo tuvozo minilei tvz menilei tvz. As Alina said in chat, this is a killer, and it's gonna be very annoying for you as it's for me, in my mind at least. So again, manala tavaza monolo tuvuzu monolo tuvuzu. Manala tavaza monolo tovozo monolo tuvuzu minili tvz menilei tvz. Manala tavaza monolo tuvuzu. No. Manala tavaza monolo tovozo monolo tuvuzu minili tvz menilei tvz. Also, this M, N, L, T, V, Z, it's very annoying. This, how they are arranged, it's very annoying for your voice, because especially if you're Romanian, it's gonna be hard to remember to pronounce it correctly. As you can see that I'm misspelling a lot of them, because they are put in such a way to annoy your mind, and for you to have, as I said, a better connection with what you say and what you read with your, because you are reading faster than you speak usually, and that's why you need to make a better connection with those exercises, not just training your voice to sound better, but also to use it better, to learn to use it better. Sorry for repeating so much, but I want to make this sure you understand what we're doing here. So last time we're gonna do this, and after that we're gonna take a short break because I need to take some water because I don't have any more. And after that we start the voice acting. So a short break like 1-2 minutes. You can also go to take some water, some snacks, what you need, and come back. So let's finish this and then the break. Malata vaza monolo tovozo monolo tovozo minilate vizi minilate vizi manalata vaza monolo tovozo monolo manalata vaza monolo tovozo minilate vizi minilate vizi manalata vaza monolo tovozo monolo tovozo minilate vizi minilate vizi manalata vaza monolo tovozo monolo tovozo minilate vizi minilate vizi manalata vaza monolo tovozo monolo tovozo minilate vizi minilate vizi manalata vaza monolo tovozo monolo tovozo minilate vizi minilate vizi. Done. Now I'm gonna take a short break. I'm gonna put the BRB, be right back, and gonna put you some song, some music. I'm gonna make the song a little bit louder and come back after I finish taking some water to have to drink. So give me a few seconds, 1-2 minutes, and I'm gonna be back fast enough. In the meanwhile, also take for yourself some drink or snacks you need. So just a few moments now. Also, as I mentioned, don't forget this this song is made by myself. So if you want to check it for yourself and use it for yourself, you have it in the description. We are back. I'm back. So, give me a few seconds to put all the things back as they have been. Perfect. And now I'm gonna need a few seconds from you to set up the script and the Audacity to read it. And also give me a few seconds to drink some water because I forgot to drink it when I was in my kitchen. Good. I love water with some ice because it's very refreshing. Okay, perfect. Now I need to also open the save for from yesterday from the stream with the where it is, the Audacity I forgot the word because of my ADHD. I hate when that happens. Where it is? I forgot where I put it. Just a few seconds. I need to open this one for the arcane that we did yesterday for the English, and after that we get to the Romanian dub as well. Okay, so give me a few seconds to set those things, and after that we should be good. Just a few moments, please. It's gonna take a little bit of time. Hopefully not a very not too much time, not a very big period of time. It should be pretty fast. Audacity no version, not right now, sorry, but I have a stream and don't have the time to install. Okay, and if we hide this, okay, this is showing up, but why the second one is not no, this one is not showing. Okay, why that happens? Okay, now it's showing up. We can do this, and give me a few seconds to arrange the things to be visible on the stream. Okay. Think by this it's okay, and now this over. Over. My friend, over, I said. I want to put that one over the other one, but for some reason doesn't. Okay, perfect. Now it's fine, and I want to be sure it doesn't cover any words. Perfectly. Now you can see right here, this is the sum that we did yesterday for the arcane video that we're gonna make a video about arcane, and this is the sound that we made yesterday right over here, and right over here is the text. We yesterday were finishing until we had my tongue is starting to misspell things. Yesterday we got right here at the spoiler warning, and right now we have to read the whole spoiler section with the conclusion and the ending and the joke at the end. So let's try to express ourselves with putting our story in this. And also, as I said previously yesterday, if you think maybe I should speak in some parts faster, in some parts slower, or you think I should pronounce it differently to put a better expression in what I'm reading, or to put more feelings, and you think maybe I could change it in some way, you can type that in the chat, and I'm gonna be very happy for that because it's gonna be very helpful. So now let's start with this. It should be right. Yeah. And yes, as I said, I'm using ChatGPT to just translate my scripts from Romanian to English because it's faster than doing by myself. Also, thank you for the follow, Alina. Thank you very much for your follow, and hopefully you enjoyed these streams, and hope to see you more. And also, if you want to check the final versions of the video and to see the improvement from first video to last, you can check it on my channel. You have that in the description where it says Romanian channel. If you are Romanian, from what I see from your name, I believe you are Romanian. Or if you want to also check the English one, check the English one as well, where it says this is the English channel. So Let's see. Before running the spoiler section of the video follows. From here on, you proceed at your own risk. I feel I would do it before you start recording, so don't mess up your flow state. I thought I would do it before you start recording, so I don't mess. Oh, so you mean to don't mess up my flow when I'm reading? It's fine. I'm gonna do that myself. Believe me, I'm gonna mess up my flow myself. So believe me, it's okay if you mess up my flow by following or anything that would pop up on the screen and I need to reply to. It's totally fine. This is also a reason why, one of the reasons why I'm doing these streams is to also make my brain have a better attention to the text and be more focused. And if I want to be able to do that, I need to force myself in a hard environment like this one where I'm gonna have lots of distractions, because again I have ADHD. So let's start. I think I'm gonna first try to give it a try without recording it, this part, and after that I'm gonna start recording it. So let's give it a try first. Let's start with one of the coolest aspects of Arcane. The story grabs you instantly and isn't afraid to get dark when necessary. The creators have no problem using gritty? I think that's the pronunciation, gritty, no? Let me check. I just want to be sure I'm pronouncing correctly. So gritty. Gritty. Let's see.
Gritty. 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 Gritty.
Greedy. Greedy. Okay, greedy. Let's see. Let's start with one of the coolest aspects of Arcane. The story grabs you instantly and isn't afraid to... I'm feeling like I'm not putting my my feelings in what I'm reading. I need to do it better. Let's start with one of the coolest aspects of Arcane. The story grabs you instantly and isn't afraid to get dark when necessary. And isn't afraid to... Again, let's start with one of the coolest aspects of Arcane. The story grabs you instantly and isn't afraid. My voice is getting cut and I'm annoyed about this. Also, if you are asking why I'm doing this face, it's because I'm trying to suck all of the water from my mouth to be sure I'm not sounding watery when I'm speaking, to not sound humid when I'm speaking, because it's not gonna be nice when you're gonna hear it. Okay, so let's start with one of the coolest aspects of Arcane. The story grabs you instantly and isn't afraid to get dark when necessary. The creators have no problem using gritty language or showing the darker side of Zone, which contrasts sharply with Piltover. The two twin cities are like night and day. Piltover, bright and clean, is full of wealthy people living the good life, while Zone is a dirty, depressing place, plagued by poverty, crime, and people barely scraping by. I think I made my mind how I should pronounce this, so let's give it a try and hear it how it's gonna sound after we do it. Let's start with one of the coolest aspects of Arcane. The story grabs you instantly and isn't afraid to get dark when necessary. The creators have no problem using gritty. Why did I read gritty when previously we exercised it and said greedy? I'm stupid. Again. Let's start with one of the coolest aspects of... Why I wanted to say Zone when it says Arcane? Oh my god, I hate myself so much for this. And I'm struggling to not start to use curses to myself, about myself, for being so stupid and making those mistakes. And this is usually what I was doing previously when I was doing this off camera, so for me it's normal. Let's start with one of the coolest aspects of Arcane. The story grabs you instantly and isn't afraid to get dark when necessary. The creators have no problem using gritty language or showing the dark side of Zone, which contrasts sharply with Piltover. The two twin cities are like night and day. Piltover, bright and clean, is full of wealthy people living the good life, while Zone is a dirty, depressing place plagued by poverty, crime, and people barely scraping by. Okay, was a good try this time. Let's check it. Also for the Romanian people, because I see at least two people here that, if I'm not wrong, are Romanian. For Romanian people, if you want to speak in Romanian, and feel free to do it. Again, I'm mainly speaking in English, but you also want to speak in Romanian, it's fine with me, no issue with that. Let's start with one of the coolest aspects of Arcane. The story grabs you instantly and isn't afraid to get dark when necessary. The creators have no problem using gritty language or showing the dark side of Zone, which contrasts sharply with Piltover. The two twins. Again, this piece that you see right here, we can cut it right now or not. It's gonna be a lot of cuts made by an effect that they have already made a preset, a macro for it on my keyboard. So we right now only focusing on the voice acting. After that, how it sounds, how low is the sound now, or how high, and all those things is gonna be after. First, we need to be sure the voice acting is done right. With Piltover, the two twin cities are like night and day. Piltover, bright and clean, is was so nicely done, but I was literally breathing in the mic at this part right over here. They Piltover, bright. I'm gonna kill myself. Why? I want to punch my face right now for how stupid I am. So let's do it again. Was a decent try, but I fuck it up at that point. Okay. 1, 2, 3, go. Let's start with one of the coolest aspects of Arcane. The story grabs you instantly and isn't afraid to get dark when necessary. The creators have no problem using gritty language or showing the darker side of Zone, which contrasts sharply with Piltover. Okay, this part we can cut it, and let's see if this part is alright. Let's start with one of the coolest aspects of Arcane. The story grabs you instantly and isn't afraid to get dark when necessary. The creators have no problem using... I don't like it, sounds a little bit robotic. So let's do it again. As I said, it's gonna be a lot of those things because I want to improve it, so I need to force myself doing again and again. Very relatable. Eu fac muzică for fun uneori, having a good take is so important. Yep. I approve it. Also, the music that you hear right now, it's my music. So hopefully you like it. Again, I make it that for fun when I have some time and finding some samples on internet and make it in a song with free non-copyrighted samples and make it in a beat that sounds nice. Hopefully when I'm gonna have the time, I'm gonna take some guitar and voice course lessons. That was the word. Some guitar and voice lessons to also put my voice and also put my guitar in those songs. It's FL. The FL I'm using for this. If I'm not remembering wrong, that's the name of the app. Yep, FL Studio. You proceed at your own risk. So let's do it again. Let's start with one of the coolest aspects of Arcane. The story grabs you instantly and isn't afraid to get dark when necessary. The creators have no problem. Let's see if this sentence was said correctly at least. Also, if you are asking why I'm rating this space, because I have an effect to remove the background noise. So for that, that's why I'm letting this small space of nothing in here. Let's start with one of the coolest aspects of Arcane. The story grabs you instantly and isn't afraid to get dark when necessary. Sounds good. Let's go further. The creators have no problem using gritty language or showing the darker side of Zone, which contrasts sharply with Piltover. The two twin cities are like a night. I messed up this part. Do it again. The two twin cities. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I was here, not there. So here. Let's do it again. The creators have no problem using gritty language or showing the darker side of Zone, which contrasts sharply with Piltover. The two twin cities are like night and day. Piltover, bright and clean, is full of wealthy people living the good life, while Zone is a dirty, depressing place plagued by poverty, crime, and people barely scraping by. Let's see it. I'm not sure why this is here, so I'm gonna cut that part. And let's check it. The creators have no problem using gritty language or showing the darker side of Zone, which contrasts sharply with Piltover. The two twin cities are like night and day. Piltover, bright and clean, is full of wealthy people living the good life, while Zone is a dirty, depressing place plagued by poverty. It's close, but I hear some noise that I made because I was too close to the mic, and I'm annoyed a little bit. The creators have no problem. Yep. So a little bit of this is needed right now between me and the mic. Also, sorry for being a piggy, but I have some gas in my stomach that I need to get out, and unfortunately that's the only way I can get it out. The creators have no problem using gritty language or showing the darker side of Zone, which contrasts sharply with Piltover. The twins was so close. The creators have no problem using gritty language or showing the darker side of Zone, which contrasts sharply with Piltover. The two are three words starting with T here, and it's annoying because it's not something extremely easy for me to say. But let's do it again. The creators have no problem using gritty language or showing the darker side of Zone, which contrasts sharply with Piltover. The two twin cities are like night and day. Piltover, bright, clean, is full of wealthy people living the good life, while Zone is a dirty, depressing place plagued by poverty, crime, and people barely scraping by. And also, hope I make you at least smile when you see all my faces and me using my hands like this. I need to do that for my ADHD brain to can put a little bit of feelings in what I'm doing right here, because that's why we do these streams, to learn with me, to do this better, and also to put feelings in what you are saying, a little bit better and some less robotic when you read the script, and to also make myself be better at this, and also receive some feedback from you. If you want to give me some feedback, would be great. When necessary, obviously, when you feel that I should change some parts. The creators have no problem using greedy language or showing the darker side of Zone, which contrasts sharply with Piltover. The two twin cities are like night and day. Piltover, bright, clean, is full of wealthy people living the good life, while Zone is a dirty, depressing place plagued by poverty, crime, and people barely scraping by. Let's go! Finally! We finish this part right here. We can next. We can go next. We can continue. Finally. Whew. It's gonna take a little bit of time until we get here, and then this part is gonna be pretty fast. But hopefully we progress. Finally. Okay. Let's do this one right here. I think would be better to first read it without recording, to have some idea how to act these sentences. So the contrast between these two. I think I'm not starting correctly this. The contrast between these two words is fascinating. In Piltover you see the blue sky, impressive architecture. You see the blue sky, impressive architecture, and everything seems perfect. But in Zone, the city beneath Piltover, light barely reaches, and everything is patched, chaotic, and full of filth. The story plays perfectly with the contrast, unafraid to become dark or brutally honest, or brutally honest when necessary. The contrast between these two words is fascinating. In Piltover you see the blue sky, impressive architecture, and everything seems perfect. But in Zone, the city between Piltover, light barely reaches, and everything is patched, chaotic, and full of filth. The story plays perfectly with the contrast, unafraid to become dark or brutally honest when necessary. One more time, I'm gonna try it one more time to voice act this without recording, and then we start recording it. Hopefully it's gonna take one or two takes to get the right record. The contrast between the two words is fascinating. In Piltover you'll see the blue sky, impressive architecture, and everything seems perfect. But in Zone, the city beneath Piltover, light barely reaches, and everything is patched, chaotic, and full of filth. The story plays perfectly with the contrast, unafraid to become dark or brutally honest when necessary. Alright, let's do it. Let's give it a try. The contrast between these two words is fascinating. In Piltover you will see the blue sky, impressive architecture, and everything seems perfect. But in Zone, the city between Piltover, light barely reaches, and everything is patched, chaotic, and full of filth. The story plays perfectly with the contrast, unafraid to become dark or brutally. I fuck it up at the end. I hate myself so much. I fuck it up at the end. Also give me a few seconds to put some water in my thermos. And yeah, I want some Pepsi because I need some sugar. A little bit of sugar to make to have a little bit of energy, even though usually I get very sleepy from this, but I have sometimes when I'm very focused, and this actually helps. So hopefully this time is gonna be helpful, not making me sleepy. And I know it sounds stupid, but for some reason most of the times when I'm drinking coffee or things like, or energy drinks or things like that, I get very sleepy for some reason. Not all the times, but most of the times. Good. Let's try this again. Barely scraping by. Poverty, crime, and people barely scraping by. The contrast between the two cities is fascinating. The two words, not cities. Again. The contrast between the two words is fascinating. In Peter, I hate myself. The contrast between the two words is fascinating. In Piltover you see the blue sky, impressive architecture, and everything seems perfect. But in Zone, the city beneath Piltover, like barely reaches, and everything is patched, chaotic, and full of filth. The story plays perfectly with the contrast, unafraid to become dark or brutally honest when necessary. Let's check it. And also, sorry again for my hair. I was washing my hair before the stream, so it's still drying up. And it's still a little bit... I forgot the word in English for what I'm trying to say. But for the Romanian guys, încurca pe meu. The contrast between the two words is fascinating. In Piltover you see the blue sky, impressive architecture, and everything seems perfect. But in Zone, the city beneath Piltover, light barely reaches, and everything is... was almost good. But when I said light, you can't hear it correctly. I mean, I don't hear light, I hear only it. The light, the one light is nowhere. But in Zone, the city beneath Piltover, light barely reaches. Yeah, maybe now I can hear it a bit more, but still not good. Not good. Let's do it again. The contrast between these two words is fascinating. In Piltover, you see the blue sky, impressive architecture, and everything seems perfect. But in Zone, the city beneath Piltover, light barely reaches, and everything is patched, chaotic, and full of filth. The story plays perfectly with this contrast, unafraid to become dark or brutally honest when necessary. Okay, let's check it again. The contrast between these two words is fascinating. In Piltover, you will see the blue sky. The contrast between these two words is fascinating. In Piltover, the contrast between these two words is fascinating. In Piltover, you will see the blue sky, impressive architecture, and everything seems perfect. But in Zone, the city beneath Piltover, light barely reaches, and everything is patched, chaotic, and full of filth. The story plays perfectly with this contrast, unafraid to become dark or brutally honest when necessary. The contrast between these two words is fascinating. In Piltover, you will see the blue sky, impressive architecture, and everything seems perfect. But in Zone, the city beneath Piltover, light barely reaches, and everything is patched, chaotic, and full of filth. The story plays perfectly with this contrast, unafraid to become dark or brutally honest when necessary. Sounds good, not bad, but sounds decent. So it should be fine, I believe. We could try another more, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be better than this. So let's get to the next, because sounds decent. And again, the pauses in between are gonna be cut. They're not gonna be such big pauses. What makes a game truly special is the way you see the story from multiple perspectives and the characters are... Wait, let's do this without recording. What makes Arcane truly special is the way you see the story from multiple perspectives and the characters are so well developed that even when they make poor choices, you understand their motivations. Yes, I say it right. All these details, suspense, and the mystery draw you deeper into the story with every episode. Okay, this feels easy, but let's see if it's actually easy to narrate this. And let's give it a try. What makes Arcane truly special is the way you see the story from multiple perspectives. The characters are so well developed that even when they make poor choices, you understand their motives. Their motivation, non-motives. I was close to doing this perfect from first try, but nah. My brain said, nah, do it again. What makes Arcane truly special is the way you see the story from multiple perspectives, and the characters are so well developed that even when they I was so close to do it right from first or second try, but my brain again said no, try it more. What makes Arcane truly special is the way you see the story. Sounds very cheesy how I'm starting, so let's do it again. What makes Arcane truly special is the way you see the story from multiple perspectives, and the characters are so well developed that even when no if. What makes Arcane truly special is the way you see the story from multiple perspectives, and the characters are so well developed that even when they make poor choices. I put the intonation very bad, so do it again. What makes Arcane truly special is the way you see the story from multiple perspectives, and the characters are so well developed that even when they make poor choices, you understand their motivation. I want to punch my brain right now. I want to punch my brain right now. I'm so close to doing it right, but my brain says, nah, do it again. And I mistake the word. For example, here, motivations, I didn't pronounce it correctly, and it could be pronounced correctly and finish with the sentence and done. But no, my brain says, no, do it again. What makes Arcane truly special is the way you see the story from multiple perspectives, and the characters are so well developed that even when they make poor choices, you understand their motivations. All these details, suspense, and mystery draw you deeper into the story with every episode. We did it! Finally! Let's hear it. What makes Arcane truly special is the way you see the story from multiple perspectives, and the characters are so well developed that even when they make poor choices, you understand their motivations. All these details, suspense, and mystery draw you deeper into the story with every episode. Woo, perfect. Now sounds good. Next. I'm so happy that I finished with that part, because if it would have taken as much time as it took for us to do this, that would have been make my last two neurons to explode, to kill themselves. To help you understand just how complex Arcane's story is and how it resolves... Let's do it without recording first. To help you understand just how complex Arcane's story is and how it revolves around the characters, let me give you a clear example. Jinx, known as Powder before she lost her mind. Her story is perhaps the best illustration of transformation and contrast in Arcane. You see her gradually change from an innocent child into a ruthless, insane monster. And what the fuck? Why do I have chicken? What? That's the Romanian pronunciation. I'm so stupid. I wanted to say chicken skin, but it's actually in English is goosebumps when I read the last part. So it means this sentence is really well written by me to the point that made myself have goosebumps from my own text, but okay. To help you understand just how complex Arcane's story is and how it revolves around the characters, let me give you a clear example. Jinx, known as Powder before she lost her mind. Her story is perhaps the best illustration of transformation and contrast in Arcane. You will see her gradually change from an innocent child into a ruthless, insane monster. And again, I have goosebumps for some reason. So this part over here, this part right here makes me have goosebumps. Not sure why, but okay. That's weird to have goosebumps from my own text. I'm preparing right now, for example, a text about the last song. I'm gonna have a video, and we're gonna also probably tomorrow gonna read that text. It's about the music video Riot posted, last music video they posted, and it's about not Renata. Why I'm saying that? It's about Ambessa Medarda, a new champion in League of Legends, and also one of the main cast in the second season of Arcane. And her story in that video, it's insane. In just 5 minutes of music, they put so many messages, and you're gonna see in the video that I'm preparing. But when I sing that song and hear it, I had every time goosebumps. And right now, for some reason, I have goosebumps to my own text. I'm not sure why, but okay, it's fun. So let's do this one more time and then recording. To help you understand just how complex Arcane's story is and how it revolves around the characters, let me give you a clear example. Jinx, known as Powder before she lost her mind. Her story is perhaps the best illustration of transformation and contrast in Arcane. We will see her gradually change from an innocent child to a ruthless, insane monster. Again, sorry if I scare you with my faces, but I need to do that to put myself in the text, to imagine myself there. That's why I'm doing my hands like that. I'm playing with my hands like that, and I'm making these faces to feel myself there and to put some feelings in the text. I know I already said that, but I feel the need to repeat every time because I feel like some people would cringe from this. To help you understand just how complex Arcane's story is and how it revolves around the characters, let me give you a clear example. Jinx, known as Powder before she lost her mind. Her story is perhaps the best illustration of transformation and contrast in Arcane. You will see her gradually change from an innocent child into a ruthless, insane monster. Let's read. To help you understand just how complex... I fucked up from the beginning. To help you understand... help. It's help. It's fucking help, Azabe. Help, not help. Let's do it again. Again, my brain doesn't want to let me finish a sentence from the first try, so let's do it again. To help you understand just how complex Arcane's story is and how it revolves around the characters, let me give you a clear example. Jinx, known as Powder before she lost her mind. Her story is perhaps the best illustration of transformation and contrast in Arcane. You'll see her gradually change from an innocent child into a ruthless, insane monster. Let's hear it. To help you understand just how complex Arcane's story is and how it revolves around the characters, let me give you a clear example. Jinx, known as Powder before she lost her mind. Her story is perhaps the best illustration of transformation and contrast in Arcane. You'll see her gradually change from an innocent child into a ruthless, insane monster. Yes! Yes! We did it from the second try! We progressed faster, finally! Okay, next one. Again, we're gonna do it. Let me catch my hair. We're gonna firstly read this without recording, and after that we're gonna record it. And I know my hair looks like shit, but it's after the shower and I need to let my hair dry first, and I didn't have the time. Good. Now, even when Jinx practically becomes the story's antagonist, destroying, torturing, and killing people. No, again. Even when Jinx practically becomes the story antagonist, destroying, torturing, and killing. I'm close to do the voice acting for that part perfectly, but not really. So let's do it again. Even when Jinx practically becomes this. Even when Jinx practically. I want to punch myself. Even when Jinx practically becomes the story's antagonist, destroying, torturing, and killing poorly for fun, you can still understand how she got there. You end up empathic. I know to pronounce it in English. Empathic. Yeah. I'm gonna copy this word and try to hear the pronunciation because I can't imagine the word in my mind right now, so I need to hear a pronunciation. Not British, American English.
Empathizing.
Okay. Sounds easier than I believed. Okay. You end up empathizing with her and might even hope things will improve. Though the story makes it pretty clear that won't happen. The series gives you moments of hope that Powder might return, only to crush them without mercy. Okay, let's give it a last try before we start recording it, and this time completely from start to finish. Even when Jinx practically becomes the story's antagonist, destroying, torturing, and killing purely for fun, you can still understand how she got there. You end up empathizing with her and might even hope things will improve, though the story makes it pretty clear that won't happen. The series gives you moments of hope that Powder might return, only to crush them without mercy. Let's go with decent, so let's, after we did it decent, to try it again. Also, if you have points and you're on a live right now, you can make me make any voice you want with points, or make this voice. My brains. Sorry for scaring you with that. Again, let's do it again. Even when Jinx practically becomes. I hate my brain. I was so close to do it right from the first try, but no. My brain said, nah, again. Nah, bitch. Do it again. And that's what my brain says to me right now. Let's do it again. Even when Jinx practically becomes the story antagonist, destroying, torturing, and killing Puri for fun, you can still understand how she got there. You will end up empathizing with her and might even hope this will improve. Why I said this when was things will improve. Okay, let's do it again. Even then, even when Jinx practically becomes the story antagonist, destroying, torturing, and killing Puri for fun, you can... Okay, my voice cut for a few seconds for some reason. My voice got cut. Even when Jinx practically becomes the story antagonist, destroying, torturing, and killing Puri for fun, you can still understand how she got there. You end up empathizing with her and might even hope things will improve, though the story makes it pretty clear that won't happen. The series gives you moments of hope that Powder might return, only to crush them without mercy. Let's hear it. Oh. Even when Jinx practically becomes the story antagonist, destroying, torturing, and killing Puri for fun, you can still understand how she got there. You end up empathizing with her and might even hope things will improve, though the story makes it pretty clear that won't happen. The series gives you moments of hope that Powder might return, only to crush them without mercy. Good, we are Gucci. You can also notice how Powder's eye slowly turned pink due to the drug, and her mental state gradually deteriorates until she reaches a point of no return. As the story progresses, she frequently has visions of her childhood friends who died, and these details make her story increasingly captivating. Jinx knows the visions aren't real, but little by little she stopped caring about the difference between fantasy and reality, which adds even more depth and intrigue to the story. Also, I could have go on a bigger rant if I would had wanted for this script about Jinx and how insanely nicely she's done as a character. Because if you can compare her with Joker, practically it's a Joker character who turns from a normal person into an insane, deranged person who kills and does a lot of stupid things just for fun. After she clicks and starts gradually to deteriorate until the point of no return. I could have a bigger rant about this, but I need to keep these reviews a little bit shorter because the idea is I'm doing a review about the things I'm talking, and after that I'm gonna come back with videos where I'm gonna add that rant and add things. These reviews combined with commentary are more focused on the idea of making you interested in the story and make you want to check the series, and after that to give it a shot, the full video, if you somehow didn't want to watch the spoiler section, and only after that only after that to go and check the other videos about same series. Practically I'm making you watch more things about same series and also letting you to choose if you want to get spoiled or not about a series. That's why I'm also structuring the reviews into mainly parts. The fun facts with no spoilers, and after that the spoiler section, and only after the conclusion to can jump over the spoiler section if you don't want it. So let's give this a shot. Only to crush them without mercy. You can also notice how Powder's eye slowly turns pink due to the drug, and her mental state gradually deteriorates until she reaches a point of no return. Okay, my voice starts to crack, so I need to drink some Pepsi. It's here, but water in your case. If you have water, I will recommend water. I'm drinking some Pepsi just to get a little bit of energy. You can also notice how Powder's eye slowly turns pink due to the drug, and her mental state gradually deteriorates until she reaches a point of no return. As the story progresses, why I said it like that? Okay, again. You can also notice how Powder's eye slowly turns pink due to the drug, and her mental state gradually deteriorates until she reaches a point of no return. I feel like I'm a robot, so let's do it again. You can also notice how Powder's eye slowly turns into pink. Sorry, turn pink, not into pink. Azabe, read it right, please. You can also notice how Powder's eye slowly turns pink due to the drug, and her mental state gradually deteriorates until she reaches a point of no return. Let's hear it. You can also notice how Powder's eye slowly turns pink due to the drug, and her mental state gradually deteriorates until she reaches a point of no return. At the end, I think I fucked it up. Yep. Let's do it again. You can also notice how Powder's eye slowly turns pink due to the drug, and her mental state gradually deteriorates until she reaches a point of no return. As the story progresses, she frequently has visions of her childhood friends who died, and these details make her story as the story let's hear this part. I'm gonna continue with this part over here if the first sentence was said correctly. Let's hear it. You can also notice how Powder's eye slowly turns pink due to the drug, and her mental state gradually deteriorates until she reaches a point of no return. Still don't like it, so let's do it again. Because why not? You can also notice how Powder's eye slowly turns pink due to the drug, and her mental state gradually deteriorates until she reaches a point of no return. As the story progresses, she frequently has visions of her childhood friends who died, and these details make her story increasingly captivating. Visions of her childhood friends who died, and these details. Let's hear it. You can also notice how Powder's eye slowly turns pink due to the drug, and her mental state gradually deteriorates until she reaches a point of no return. As the story progresses, she frequently has visions of her childhood friends who died, and these details makes her story increasingly captivating. Okay, finally we did it. We need to do this last part and we can move down. We don't have really a lot to text, but depends on how much we repeat the same thing. Because we only did half of this and took us 1 hour. So maybe you can understand better my struggle with improving this. Jinx knows the visions aren't real, but little by little she stops caring about the difference between fantasy and reality, which adds even more depth and intrigue to the story. Jinx knows the visions aren't real, but little by little she stops caring about the difference between fantasy and reality, which adds even more depth and intrigue to the story. Okay, I think this was done perfectly from first try. Jinx knows the visions aren't real, but little by little she stops caring about the difference between fantasy and reality, which adds even more depth and intrigue to the story. Okay, nice. Now, let's get down here to this one, and after this one, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 more. And after that is just the ending with the joke. And we finish the English version. Now, after that we are gonna move to the Romanian version. And after we play some Minecraft. We exit a little bit from so much work for today. Okay, I know I have cheesy jokes, but the part with playing Minecraft is not a joke because I'm a builder in Minecraft, and I also can make you build in my world anything you want if it's not something too crazy, and you can tell me that with the redeem from chat, with chat points. Let's first read this without recording. Another compelling example of how Arcane develops its story and contrasts its universe is V, Jinx. In its universe is V, Jinx's adoptive sister. At first, you see V filled with hatred for Pito, filled with hatred for Piltover police, known as enforcers. She despises them and dreams of the day they disappear. But over the course of the series, things take an unexpected turn. You will see her growing closer to Caitlyn, an enforcer, and the daughter of one of Piltover Council members, the ruling authority of the city. Let's give it a second try, and then let's try to record it. Another compelling example of how Arcane develops its story and contrasts in its universe is V, Jinx's adoptive sister. At first, you see V filled with hatred for Piltover police, known as enforcers. She despises them and dreams of the day they disappear. But over the course of the series, things take an unexpected turn. You see her growing closer to Caitlyn, an enforcer and the daughter of one of Piltover Council members, the ruling authority of the city. This one was actually decent, the rest try that we had, so let's try to record this to see if we can replicate this try again, but recorded this time. When I'm saying recorded, I'm not saying that it's not recorded on the stream. Also, again, sorry for being a piggy, but I'm recording the sound with this app, not with the OBS. OBS is just for stream, for you to have fun seeing me failing so much, and also to, if you want to make me fail even more, if you like to see me annoyed by this type of things, by, for example, using some chat redeems. Okay, so let's give it a try. Another compelling example of how Arcane develops its story and contrasts in its universe, okay? Again, my brain didn't want to give me the chance to do it from the first try like I did with this one. But okay, let's do it again. Another compelling example of how Arcane developed its story and contrast it in its universe. Another compelling example of how Arcane developed its story and contrast in its universe is V, Jinx adaptive. I hate myself when I start to misspell words. I think we should take a break after we finish this. A small break of just talking with you, because my brain starts to get very overwhelmed a little bit too much. But also I'm happy to see that we are here and there are gonna be a lot of cuts for the space in between what we are saying. And I like to see that we are only at minute 8, so that means the video is not gonna be very long, and my editor units who edits the video part of the videos that you can see on YouTube, it's not gonna want to hit me again and kill me after I send him a too long record. So hopefully it's not gonna be too long this time, because I'm really trying to keep it short, because if I want I can go crazy with, for example, a text for hours. To the story and intrigue to the story, even more depth and intrigue to the story. Another compelling Azabe, compelling. Another compelling example of how Arcane developed its story and the contrast in its universe is V, Jinx's adoptive sister. At first, you see V filled with hatred for Piltover's police, known as enforcers. She despises them and dreams of the day they disappear. Let's cut this part right here. She despises them and dreams of the day that Let's hear it. Another compelling example of how Arcane developed its story and the contrast in its universe is V, Jinx's adoptive sister. At first, you see V filled with hatred for Piltover's police, known as enforcers. She despises them and dreams of the day they disappear. I think we could give it a second try, let's do it. Another compelling example of how Arcane develops its story and contrast in its universe is V, Jinx adaptive. I was close. Okay, a second try. I don't know how much tries, but I understand what I mean. Another compelling example of how Arcane develops its story and contrast in its universe is V, Jinx's adoptive sister. At first you see V filled with hatred for Piltover police, known as enforcers. She despises them and dreams of the day they disappear. But over the course of series, things take an next. Okay, let's give it a second try. Depth and intrigue to the story. Another compelling example of how Arcane develops its story and contrast in its universe is V, Jinx's adoptive sister. At first you see V filled with hatred for Piltover police, known as enforcers. She despises them and dreams of the day they disappear. But over the course of the series, things take an unexpected turn. You see her growing closer to Caitlyn, an enforcer and the daughter of one of Piltover's members, and one of the... Okay. You see her growing closer to Caitlyn. Let's see until here. Another compelling example of how Arcane develops its story and contrast in its universe is V, Jinx's adoptive sister. At first you see V filled with hatred for Piltover police, known as enforcers. She despises them and dreams of the day they disappear. But over the course of the series, things take an unexpected turn. We Gucci! We very Gucci. the feelings feel like they are there in the audio, and it feels like I pronounce the words in the right way. I think that's what I'm trying to say. So yeah, we're good. We're good. Let's read this part, and after that I'm gonna take a short break to speak with you if you want, or just to take a little bit of time from reading because of my anxiety from making so many mistakes. Even though I'm doing a stream and so on, still my brain is stupid and gets anxious because I read too many times the same thing and still doesn't understand. It's okay, it's fine. That's why some parts maybe for you seemed right, but for me not, because my brain told me nah, do it again. You see her growing closer to Caitlin, an enforcer and the daughter of one of Piltover Council members, the ruling authority of the city. Let's hear it. And also I want to hear that things take an unexpected turn. You see her growing closer to Caitlin, an enforcer and the daughter of one of daughter. I was close, but no. Again, I was close to doing right from the first try, but no. Let's do it again. You see her growing closer to Caitlin, an enforcer and the daughter of one of Piltover Council members, the ruling authority of the city. Let's hear it again. You see her growing closer to Caitlin, an enforcer and the daughter of one of Piltover Council members, the ruling authority of the city. We did it! Finally! So how much do we have to do? 1, 2, 3. I'm putting these two together, so that's why I'm saying 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one I put it together. So 7. Let's go. 7 more until we get the last part. This, believe me, this one is not gonna take too much because some parts right here are the usual stuff that I say in a video, like especially this one, and so this part right here, it's already in my mind and I can say it without even reading, I believe so. So pretty much what you see right here is gonna be is done from lower number of tries than what's here, because that's the idea. Conclusion is pretty much same all over the videos as the structure, as how I say the things, but what's in the spoiler section, non-spoiler section, and fun facts section, it pretty much depends on the series. It was not obvious enough, but I really need to explain those things. Okay, where did we remain? Oh, here. Okay, so this should be the next, and then this and this. If we do it like this in 3 parts, it should be faster in my mind, in my ADHD mind. So ask me questions if you didn't feel the right to ask me because you feared like Arina did, to not interrupt me and don't broke my flow, even though I don't think I actually have a flow, but even though, if you feel like shit did feel there, you can right now ask me anything because I'm taking a break from reading to keep my brain a little bit less anxious. Ouch. Also, I now remember that again I need to add the command for lurk, for people who are going lurking. Also, Alna, if you're still here, maybe you can give me in the chat your link to the music you're doing, or if you are not posting anywhere, maybe you can post it and show us something, because I'm very curious to see what are you doing as music, if I'm not asking too much. So again, right now I'm also, why I'm looking right there is because the chat that you see right here, for me it's the second screen right here, because in my mind I put things like this, because if I'm here and I'm looking there, in my mind I'm seeing you guys in the chat. So that was what was in my mind. Hopefully, I hope you like how I made and arrange the things for the chat here and here. Also, if you feel the need, go take yourself a drink or some water or just some snacks to relax a little bit with me here. Also, for people who are Romanians, I'm gonna speak a little bit in Romanian. Deci, cei care sunteți români, dacă vreți să vorbiți cu mine și vă simțiți mai ok să vorbiți în română, scrieți-mi pe chat în română. Nu se supără nimeni. Puteți face asta foarte ușor, nimeni nu se supără. Vorbesc în engleză pentru că ăsta e principalul pentru stream. Dar dacă sunteți români și vreți să vorbiți în română, stați liniștiți, puteți să vorbiți liniștiți, vă răspund chiar în română. Now back to English. I said to the Romanian people that if you're Romanians here and feel the need to speak in Romanian, just do it yourself, no problem, because I'm gonna reply you back in Romanian if you feel the need to have my reply in Romanian, because I'm Romanian, and even though the main language of the stream is English, I can easily reply to Romanians too. And I'm asking other other languages speakers to speak only Romanian and English, because they are the only languages I understand. I understand a little bit of German, of Deutsch, but I'm still learning Deutsch, so Deutsch, German. But I'm not still there at the level I'm with the English. So until then, until I finish learning German, until I finish learning Deutsch, please speak with me in English or Romanian. Also, I'm gonna have a little bit of silence to relax a little bit my voice. Okay, now that we did this, let's check some things. Okay, all good, all good. Back to speaking, to doing the script. doing the voiceover, and hopefully we finish faster with this. With the Romanian script it's gonna be faster because I'm gonna do less mistakes because it's my own language, my native language, so I'm a little bit better at speaking Romanian than English. At least that I can confirm you. So now let's do it. We hydrated ourselves and let's do this. The two even start helping each other and V becomes increasingly involved on their side. The contrast is fascinating. V, who once loathed, enforces loathed is the pronunciation for this word. Let's see. Pronunciation, not British pronunciation. I want American. America.
Loathed.
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 Loathed. Loathed. Loathed. Loathed.
Loathed.
Loathed. This sounds so stupid, but okay. Loathed.
Loathed. Loathed.
Loathed.
Loads to learn here. Loathe. Loathe. Both British and
Loathed. Loathed. Ah, it's so annoying. Deci un alt cuvânt is why I started to speak in Romanian out of nowhere. Is that type of word that's very, very annoying. Loathed. Loathed. Okay, so let's do this. Loathe. Okay. We who once loathed. We who once. No, let's rephrase this word for here because I'm not gonna be able to pronounce it correctly and it's gonna sound very stupid and broken. So I'm gonna replace by myself the word loathe with hate. Hated. I know I'm doing this because for people who don't know, I'm doing this voiceover in English as well, not only Romanian, and I'm not doing this only in English because I want first of all to also deliver this to Romanians, mainly because the competition is very low, and second because I want to deliver some good stuff to my Romanian people, and I also want to train my my voice and all of those things to get better, actually deliver quality stuff that I'm wanting to do. I'm not believing that I'm at that level, but I'm trying to get there. And also English because the public is larger, but also because I'm training my English. And even though I'm training my English, this word is not gonna sound right in this context when I'm reading it because I'm not used to this word. Even though this should force me to get used to it, it sounds very forced, and it's gonna sound bad for the video. So that's why this word is gonna be replaced with hated. We who once hated enforcers. So again, it sounds easier to understand what I'm trying to deliver than we who once loathed enforcers. Get what I mean? And if I'm not wrong, loaded, it's same thing with hated. Right? Let's see, loaded meaning. Hate, detest, abhor, despise. Yep. So I'm correct with that. So let's do this one. The two even start helping each other. And V becomes increasingly involved on their side. The contrast is fascinating. V, who once hated enforcers with her entire being, end up allying with one of them. And if you think Jinx underwent a complete transformation, going from a loving child to a dangerous psychopath, V's journey is the opposite. She moves from the total hatred to a possible shift, maybe even becoming an enforcer in the future season. Yeah, so sounds better with the hated, not loathed, or how this word should be pronounced. Loath. Yeah. So let's do this by recording it. The two even start helping each other, and V becomes increasing. I was so close to do it from the first try, but now my brain doesn't want to let me do that. The two even start helping each other, and V becomes increasingly I'm so close, but not really. The two even start helping each other, and V becomes increasingly involved on their side. The contrast is fascinating. V, who once hated enforcers with her entire being, I feel like not right. Let's do it again. The two start. I'm jumping over this word, and I'm annoyed because of that. The two even start helping each other, and V becomes increasingly involved on their side. The contrast is fascinating. V, who once loathed. I forgot that I need to replace that word. Let's do it again. The two even start helping each other, and V becomes increasingly involved on their side. And my voice starts to crack. The two even start helping each other, and V becomes increasingly involved on their side. The contrast is fascinating. V, who once hated enforcers with her entire being, end up allying with one of them. And if you think Jinx underwent a complete transformation, going from a loving child to a dangerous I was close. The two even start helping each other, and V becomes increasingly involved on their side. The contrast is fascinating. V, who once hated The two even start helping each other, and V becomes increasingly involved on their side. The contrast is fascinating. V, who once loathed him. I forgot to reprint the words. I hate myself. The two even start helping each other, and V becomes increasingly involved on their side. The contrast is fascinating. V, who once hated. Azabe, remember, who once hated. Okay, let's do it again. The two even start helping each other, and V becomes increasingly involved on their side. The contrast is fascinating. V, who once hated enforcers with her entire being, end up aligning with one of them. And if you think Jinx underwent a complete transformation, going from a loving child to a dangerous psychopath, to a dangerous psychopath, dangerous psychopath, psychopath, to a dangerous psychopath, dangerous, to a danger, to a danger, to a dangerous psychopath. To a dangerous psychopath. The journey is the opposite. She moves from a total hatred to a possible shift, maybe even becoming an enforcer in the future season. Let's also talk about how the tutoring. Let's see if this sounds right. First this one and the second one after. The two even start helping each other, and V becomes increasingly involved on their side. The contrast is fascinating. V, who once hated enforcers with her entire being, end up aligning with one of them. And if you think Jinx underwent a complete transformation, going from a loving child to a dangerous psychopath, the journey is the opposite. She to a dangerous psychopath. To a dangerous psychopath. The journey is the opposite. She moves from a total hatred to a possible shift, maybe even becoming an enforcer in the future season. Sounds right. So let's move on to this. Okay. Sorry again for being a piggy. When I say sorry for being a piggy, it's when I try to get my gas out of my mouth. When I'm becoming a pig. A piggy. Okay, let's do this. First, let's read it again without recording and then record. Let's also talk about how the twin cities in Arcane are governed and how they treat their residents. In Piltover, everything seems perfect on the surface. The council, made up of influential leaders, decides the city future through votes, and with Hexgate Hexgate technology, which allows instant travel, trade has exploded. But beneath this shiny exterior, many problems are hidden. Corruption among enforcers, and even within the council itself. And some readers view people merely as tools and resources for personal gain. Okay, let's give it a try and see what we get. Let's also talk about how the twin cities in Arcane are governed and how they treat their residents. In Piltover, everything seems perfect on the surface. The council, made up of influential leaders, decides the city future through votes, and with Hexgate technology, which allows instant travel, trade has exploded. But beneath this... Let's first hear if this sounds right. Let's also talk about how the twin cities in Arcane are governed and how they treat their residents. In Piltover, everything seems perfect on the surface. The council, made up of influential leaders, decides the city future through votes, and with Hexgate technology, which allows instant travel, trade has exploded. Yep, sounds right. And now let's do where it is? This part over here. and after that it should be these 3 parts over here, and then these 3, and we can go to the end. And Romanian dubbing finally after that. It's a long journey, but we need to do that to have the full audio. Also, after we finish this English one, I'm gonna also do the edit, and you can see how we edit this, how I edit my sound. Even though you're not gonna have the same settings, you need to do it by yourself, those settings that I made for me, but I can maybe show in a video or something how to have the specific settings that I use. But let me know if you want that to know exactly how to do it. So let's do this. Time travel, trade hacks exploded. But beneath this shiny exterior, many problems are hidden. Corruption among enforcers and even within the council itself. And some readers view people merely as tools and resources for personal gain. Let's hear it. But beneath this shiny exterior, many problems are hidden. Corruption among enforcers and even within the council itself. And some readers view people merely as tools and resources for personal gain. We did it from the first try! Good! I'm happy about that. Now, next one. We are getting closer and closer to finishing the English dub. The English dub. The English dub. Okay. On the other side, in Zone, things look bad at first glance. Crime, poverty, filth, drugs, and much more. But unlike Piltover, Zone still has hope. Zone still has hope. A self-styled group called the Firelights, led by Echo, an old friend of V and Jinx, is trying to make a difference. They want to become a kind of local police force to help people reclaim their lives and live normally. So, even though Zone appears mired in chaos, glimmers of hope emerge more and more often. The contrast between Piltover, where things only seem to going well but actually worsening, and Zone, where people are still fighting for a better future, is one of the reasons Arcane's story is so special. Before moving on to the conclusion and final rating, let's briefly discuss the lore of Runeterra and why I say Arcane's story could have been even more complex. Piltover and Zone, where the action takes place, are just a small part of a much larger world. Runeterra, the planet where the story unfolds, is filled with powerful nations, each with their own conflicts and stories. Okay, we are getting there. We are getting closer to finishing the sound for the English dub, and I'm happy. If it's not obvious from my smile and how I'm speaking right now, so happy, because it's exhausting for me to repeat myself so much, and I imagine for anyone would be exhausting to repeat themselves so much. Tools and resources for personal gain. But if I want quality to deliver you something good, I need to do that. Unfortunately, I don't have an option when it comes to this. Because I need to evolve to learn the skill of speaking well and better, and also if I learn this and I learn how to speak better and get a better voice and so on, and a better control over my voice, it's not gonna help only the videos that you are gonna see on YouTube, on the reviews channel. It's gonna help everything, even the streams, even the future gaming channel that I want to do, where I'm gonna do voiceovers but over gaming, or will see myself playing Minecraft or other games and make it fun. like I'm trying to do with the reviews channel, where it's combined with commentary and things like that in the same channel, in the same niche. So let's see. Some readers view people merely as tools and resources for personal gain. Okay, so let's see. Onda. Okay, why did that sound there? Because of my chair. On the other side, in Zone, things look bad at first glance. Crime, poverty, filth, drugs, and much more. But unlike Piltover, Zone still has hope. A self-styled group called the Firelights. I was so close. Why I need to fuck it at one point and I can continue correctly? I'm so annoyed. But we're getting closer to the ending, so not bad. On the other side, in Zone, things look bad at first play. On the other side, in Zone, things look bad at first glance. Crime, poverty, filth, drugs, and much more. But unlike Piltover, Zone still has hope. A self-styled group called Firelights, led by Echo, an old friend of V and Jinx, is trying to make a difference. They want to become a kind of local police force to help people reclaim their lives and live normally. So even though Zone appears marred in chaos, glimmers of hope emerge more and more often. The contrast between Piltover, where things only seem to be going well but are actually worsening, and Zone, where people are still fighting for a better future, is one of the reasons Arcane's story is so special. Let's hear that if we did it correctly, then we have only this part right here, and after that we can go straight up to finishing our speech in the spoiler section and then go to the ending, the conclusion. So let's hope this sounds right. On the other side, in Zone, things look bad at first glance. Crime, poverty, filth, drugs, and much more. But unlike Piltover, Zone still has hope. A self-styled group called Firelights, led by Echo, an old friend of V and Jinx, is trying to make a difference. They want to become a kind of local police force to help people reclaim their lives and live normally. So even though Zone... I don't like this here, so I'm gonna cut it anyway to be sure, because the setting that I have to cut the silence is not cutting those issues where you can see the sound and it's not silence or close to silence. So even though Zone appears marred in chaos, glimmers of hope emerge more and more often. The contrast between Piltover, where things only seem to be going well but are actually worsening, and Zone, where people are still fighting for a better future, is one of the reasons Arcane's story is so special. We did it good! Let's go! Finally! Now we can go to this, the last part. I'm gonna give it a second. We did it before finishing this part. Until here we already read this part, but I'm gonna read it again, and after that I'm gonna start recording it and try to get a good version of this part that you can see right here, this one right here. Okay, so before moving on to the conclusion and the final rating, let's briefly discuss the lore of Frontera and why I say Arcane's story could have been even more complex. Piltover and Zone, where the action takes place, are just a small part of a much larger world. Runeterra, the planet where the story unfolds, is filled with powerful nations, each with its own conflicts and stories. Okay, so let's do this. First, drink some water. Now, sucking the humidity from our mouth. Now let's speak. Before moving on to I'm starting to misspell these words, and I'm not happy because it's obvious that I'm starting to get tired, and I'm not happy. Before moving on to the conclusion and the final rating, what did I say about misspelling? But at least it's good that we're into the 10-15 minutes range. So Ionuț, the editor for the videos, the person who edits the video part, not the audio part. I'm the one who edits the audio part. The video editor, our video editor, is gonna be happy to see that we are doing a great job. Also, I realized that it starts to get dark, so let's turn on the lights so you can see myself better. Alright. So, before moving on to the conclusion, the story is so special. Before moving on to the conclusion and final rating, let's briefly discuss the lore of Runeterra and why AC Arcane story could have been Before moving on to the conclusion and final rating, let's briefly discuss the lore of Runeterra and why AC Arcane story could have been even more complex. Piltover and zone where the action takes place is just a small part, a much larger world. A much of a march. Before moving on to the conclusion and final rating, let's briefly discuss the lore of Runeterra and why AC Arcane story could have been even more complex. Piltover and zone where the action takes place is just a small part of a much larger world. We did it! We finally did it. I don't believe it. Much larger world. Okay, perfect. Runeterra, the planet where the story unfolds, is filled with powerful nations, each with... I was close to doing it for the first try, but it seems that we're not. So let's do it again. Runeterra, the planet where the story unfolds, is filled with powerful nations, each with... This is where I'm fucking it up and I'm annoyed. Part of a much larger world. Just a small part of a much larger... It's just a small part takes place. It's just a small... It's just... I think I'm gonna redo also this part right here. Are just a small part of a much larger world. Runeterra, the planet where the story unfolds, is filled with powerful nations, each with its own conflicts and stories. Let's go! It's filled with... Are just a small part of a much larger world. Runeterra, the planet where the story unfolds, is filled with powerful nations, each with its own conflicts and stories. We did it! Finally! Finally, we can move to this part right here. We can move to this. And then the conclusion, rating, joke, done. Whew. So close to finishing. I'm so happy. Because it's starting to get decent, I could say. It started to get closer to being there. And we are already 2 hours in the English part. and I want to finish it already because it's a little bit too much in my point of view for the English part, and I want it a little bit what's the word, to get a little bit faster in this, to get into Romanian part, because it's already 3 hours of stream and we just did 1 hour of training. That's good, but 2 hours of English, and we need to get finish this, don't get 3 hours of English. I'm not saying that's bad that we're speaking English, it's bad that we take much longer to do the English part because we repeat so much than the Romanian part. Conflicts and stories. For example, the Noxus, an empire constantly battling other nations like Ionia, a magical place where people are connected to nature and magical beings, where even the houses are alive. Or Demacia, which seems like a bastion of good but hides enormous intolerance and racism toward magic, being a place where practitioners are haunted. Then we have Freljord, a frozen region full of tribes led by strong leaders like the Iceborne, who can control ice and wield weapons made of true ice. An ice that if touched by anyone not an Iceborne, tries to freeze them to death. It's also extremely strong and resilient material for weapons, and let's not forget they are resistant to extreme temperatures. Freljord might seem weak due to the harsh conditions, but these tribes hide impressive strength. Let's not forget Shurima, a desert nation led by demigods with magical technology that can transform people into ascended beings with divine powers. Here we have Azir, the Emperor of Shurima, Nasus and Renekton, who are caught. I think I'm gonna need to see how I should pronounce this because I think I misspelled it. Are caught in a strong conflict due to the Renekton madness, and the list could go on. There are plenty of characters like Ezra, who has passed through Piltover and Zone multiple times. And the story could have been even more complex if had included all the lore details, but even so simplifying the story doesn't make it any less captivating. On the contrary, it makes everything accessible to newcomers to the League of Legends universe and perfectly introduces you to the fascinating contrast between Piltover and Zone. Whew, we did it. We did this. Let's give it a second shot and then, well, I think we could already start doing it without doing the second shot. Okay, so let's try. For example, there's Noxus, an empire constantly battering other nations, like Ionia, a magical place where people are connected to nature and magical beings, where even the houses are alive. Or Demacia, which seems like a bastion of good but hides enormous intolerance and racism toward magic, being a place where practitioners are haunted. Then we have Freljord, a frozen region full. Okay, so let's see if until here we did it right, and then move to the rest of the text. For example, there's Noxus, an empire constantly battering other nations, like Ionia, a magical place where people are connected to nature and magical beings, where even the houses are alive. Or Demacia, which seems like a bastion of good but hides enormous intolerance and racism toward magic, being a place where practitioners are hunted. Then we have Freljord, a frozen region. Then we have Freljord, a frozen region full of tribes led by strong leaders like the Iceborn, who can control ice and wield weapons made of true ice. An ice that, if touched by anyone not Iceborn, tries to freeze them to death. Also extremely strong and resilient material for weapons. And let's not forget that they are resistant to extreme temperatures. Freljord makes... Okay, let's do it again. Then we have Freljord, a frozen region not region. Then we have Freljord, a pool. Why did I... It's full. Oh, come on. Then we have Freljord, a frozen region. Okay, I'm starting to doubt myself at this point. Then we have Freljord, a frozen region full of tribes led by strong leaders like Iceborn, who can control ice and well. Again. Then we have Freljord, a frozen region full of tribes led by strong leaders like the Iceborn. Want to punch my face. Then we have Freljord, a frozen region full of tribes led by strong leaders like the Iceborn, who can control ice and wield weapons made of true ice. An ice that, if touched by anyone who is not an Iceborn, tries to freeze them to death. It's also extremely strong and resilient material for weapons. And let's not forget they are resistant to extreme temperatures. Freljord might seem weak due to the harsh conditions, but these tribes hide impressive strength. Okay, let's see it. Then we have Freljord, a frozen region full of tribes led by strong leaders like the Iceborn, who can control ice and wield weapons made of true ice. An ice that, if touched by anyone who is not an Iceborn, tries to freeze them to death. It's also extremely strong and resilient material for weapons. And let's not forget they are resistant to extreme temperatures. Freljord might seem weak due to the harsh conditions, but these tribes hide impressive strength. We're Gucci! Now we have only the Shurima part and Ezra and things right here in Piltover. Okay. Let's finish it. Let's not forget Shurima, a desert. Let's not forget Shurima, a desert nation led by demigods with magical technology that... Let's not forget Shurima, a desert nation led by demigods, which... What the fuck is this? Let's not forget about Shurima. Let's not forget Shurima, a desert nation led by demigods with magical technology that can transform people into ascendant beings with divine powers. Here we have Azir, the Emperor of Shurima, Nasus and Renekton, who caught in a strong conflict due to Renekton madness, and the list could go on. There are plenty of characters like Ezra, who has passed through Piltover and Zone multiple times, and the story could have been even more complex if it... Again. Let's do it again. Let's not forget Shurima, a desert nation led by demigods with magical technology that can transform people into ascendant beings with divine powers. Here we have Azir, the Emperor of Shurima, Nasus and Renekton, who are caught in a strong conflict due to Renekton's madness. And the list could go on. There are plenty of characters like Ezreal who had passed to pit over and zone multiple times, and the story could have been even more complex if it had included all these lore details. But even so, simplified the story. But even so, simplifying the story doesn't make it any less captivating. On the contrary, it makes everything accessible. But even so, simplifying the story doesn't make it any less annoyed. I'm very annoyed about myself. But even so, simplifying the story doesn't make it any less captivating. On the contrary, it makes it... I'm so fucking close to finish this part and I'm not able. But even so, simplifying the story doesn't make it any less captivating. On the contrary, it makes everything accessible to newcomers to the League of Legends universe and perfectly introduces you to the fascinating contrast between Piltover and Zone. Okay, let's check to see if this is right, and if it's right, we are doing the ending. Let's not forget Shurima, a desert nation led by demigods with magical technology that can transform people into ascendant beings with divine powers. Here we have Azir, the Emperor of Shurima, Nasus and Renekton, who are caught in a strong conflict due to Renekton's madness. And the list could go on. There are plenty of characters like Ezreal who had passed to pit over and zone multiple. Let's not forget Shurima, a desert nation led by demigods with magical technology that can transform people into ascendant beings with divine powers. Here we have Azir, the Emperor of Shurima, Nasus and Renekton, who are caught in a strong conflict due to Renekton's madness. And the list could go on. There are plenty of characters like Ezreal who had passed to pit over and zone multiple times, and the story could have been even more complex if it had included all these lore details. But even so, simplifying the story doesn't make it any less captivating. On the contrary, it makes everything accessible to newcomers to the League of Legends universe and perfectly introduces you to the fascinating contrast between Piltover and Zone. We did it! Finally, we did it. Let's now get into the ending and the joke and the conclusion and the rating. They're all is part over here. I hope I've made my thoughts. I hope I've made my thoughts on Arcane pretty clear, and if you haven't watched it yet, I hope I made you curious enough to give it a try. For me, it's a solid 10 out of 10. The story is absolutely wild, an emotional roller coaster that keeps you on the emotional roller coaster that keeps you on the edge of your seat. An emotional roller coaster that keeps you on the edge of your seat. The contrast between the cheerful start and the rather dark end of the first season, the evolution of the characters and the twin cities, Piltover and Zone, All of these elements make Arcane something special. And add to that the unique art style, top-notch animation, and excellent voice acting, and you have a story you simply can't put down. Season 1 is hard to replicate and keeps you hooked from start to finish. If you have thoughts or want to discuss more, leave them in the comments. And if you would like to see more videos like this, and if you would like, I just said that I'm not gonna mistake these parts so much, but I'm so stupid. And if you would like to see more videos like this, YouTube thinks the next video will be. And if you would like to see more videos like this, YouTube thinks this video will be on your liking. I've been Azabe. Bye. And then the joke done. Gucci. Good. Let's do it. I hope I've made my thoughts on Arcane pretty clear. And if you haven't watched it yet, blah 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 blah. I hope I've made my thoughts on Arcane pretty clear. And if you haven't watched it yet, I hope I made you curious enough to give it a try. For me, it's a solid 10 out of 10. The story is absolutely wild, an emotional roller coaster that keeps you on the edge of your seat. The contrast between the cheerful start and the rather dark end of the first season, the evolution of the characters, and the twin cities built over and so on, all of these elements make Arcane something special. Add to that the unique art style, top-notch animation, and excellent voice acting, and you have a story you simply can't put down. Season 1 is hard to replicate and keeps you hooked from start to finish. So if you have your thoughts or want to discuss more, leave them in the comments. And if you would like to see more videos like this, the ending that I need to do. So if you have thoughts or want to discuss more, leave them in the comments. And if you like this type of videos, YouTube thinks this would be. So if you like this type of what did I said that I'm not gonna repeat myself too much here, but I'm exactly doing the most repeats on this part. I'm so fucking stupid. So if you have thoughts or want to discuss more, leave them in the comments. And if you like this type of videos, YouTube thinks this would be on my ranking. So if you have thoughts or want to discuss more, leave them in the comments, and YouTube thinks this video would be on your liking. So give it a try. I've been Azabe. I wish you happy. So if you have thoughts or so close. So if you have thoughts or want to discuss more, leave them in the comments. And if you think I'm so stupid. So if you have thoughts or want to discuss more, leave them in the comments. And if you like this type of videos, YouTube thinks this would be on your liking. So give it a try. I've been Azabe. I wish you happy watching. Bye. Done. And yes, the bye that bye is my signature. Okay. Don't judge me for that. Is my signature. Okay. Okay. Now let's check the sound for both. And if they are right, we can go to the joke. I hope I've made my thoughts on Arcane pretty clear. I hope I've made my thoughts on Arcane pretty clear, and if you haven't watched it yet, I hope I made you curious enough to give it a try. For me, it's a solid 10 out of 10. The story is absolutely wild, an emotional roller coaster that keeps you on the edge of your seat. The contrast between the cheerful start and the rather dark end of the first season, the evolution of the characters, and the twin cities built over and so on, all of these elements make Arcane something special. Add to that the unique art style, top-notch animation, and excellent voice acting, and you have a story you simply can't put down. Season 1 is hard to replicate and keeps you hooked from start to finish. So, if you have thoughts or want to discuss more, leave them in the comments, and if you like this type of videos, YouTube thinks this will be on your liking, so give it a try. I've been Azabe, I wish you happy watching. Bye! Gucci! We are good, final. Let's do the final touch, the joke at the end. Why I'm doing that? Because actually seems to work to have a joke at the end for people to watch until the end and not skip the video, so let's add the joke. And yeah, you can see this in advance before it's finished, but it's not the same. It's not gonna feel the same when it's edited and it's finished, so yeah. What did I break now? I hope it's again. What did I break now? I hope it wasn't another microphone. Another mic would be better, but okay. What did I break now? I hope it wasn't another mic. What do you mean it's staying? You nuts? Are you making me a... What did I break now? I hope it wasn't another mic. What do you mean it's staying? You nuts, are you making me look like an idiot again? Like I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's do it again. What do you mean? What do you mean it's staying? You nuts, are you making me look like an idiot again? Like I have no idea what I'm doing. And why I'm doing this? Because I want for you to make a fool out of me at the end of the videos. That's why I'm putting these jokes and I'm letting you make a fool, a complete fool out of me. Because that's what I want. For you to have fun. So, yeah. Now that we finished doing the voiceover, it's time to edit it. I'm gonna show you how I'm doing this. And after I finish doing it, we get to the Romanian part, the Romanian dub that we need to finish. So let's start with the editing. So we can close this like this. We can open this completely, and I believe we can do this, and for this we can do this and this. Something like this should work. Okay, so now firstly we need to remove the noise. So for that we're gonna first press Ctrl on the keyboard and scroll to do this. Why I'm doing this? Because I want to have faster access to these parts over here. Now we go here and start to do this, and then I press my macro to open me this, the noise reduction, get noise profile, double click, press the same macro again, press OK, done. And I'm gonna do this for all of these cuts. And after this should be done, then we just need to add to select all of the cuts and put the effects on all of them at the same time. So let's do this. Bam. Second one. Bam. And yeah, I know it looks fast for you, but believe me, previously I was doing these things manually. I discovered that I can do it like this much later. And it helped me to move a lot faster with doing this. So again, if you want to know how I set those macros and all those things, just let me know and I'm gonna help you with the exact details how to do it. Also, if you want to have macros, you either need to have a button that you can set a macro, a special button on the keyboard, like G buttons, how I have on my keyboard, or if you don't have something like that, you can make a combo of of keybinds, like for example DF, DGs, or things like this. Okay, forgot where I was. And sorry if this is gonna be a little bit boring. It's gonna be pretty fast, just a few seconds. 1 to 2 minutes that you need to wait until we get to the Romanian dub. But we need to do this process because unfortunately, if you want to actually have good sound, you need to edit it a little bit to cut some noise, some things that usually your mic could pick it up, even more when you have a bad microphone like myself, because that's why I have a I forgot the word. That's why I have this right here and not a sponge, not a filter, because I don't have right now the budget to buy that, and also my microphone is not the best, so I try to somehow to improve the quality a little bit. So I put 2 socks over it and it works pretty nice. And with the editing of audio, it should improve the quality even more. That's why I'm saying to a lot of people when they talk about video quality that actually the biggest quality that you need to fix on your videos or everything, even if you do music or anything like that, is not actually doing what's the word? It's not actually doing the video part, the edits, or all those things. It's the audio. That's why I'm trying to improve a lot my voice acting with those streams, and that's also why you are gonna see me editing a lot of my sound, editing a lot the sound for my videos, because actually 90% of your video it's sound, the sound quality, because if the video quality it's bad, if the audio quality is good, people are gonna get over it with no issues. But in the case if your sound it's really bad, in the case where your sound is really bad, the video quality could be as good as possible, no one is gonna watch the full video. But if your sound is good, then it's perfect. And how you can obviously understand sound, voice acting is a part of the sound. So if I have a good voice acting, a good speech, a good way of reading the text to sound natural, that should also improve the quality sound, not just editing the audio, because I sound less like a robot, less like some average guy. That's the idea, because when you do this, or at least that's what I'm trying, when you do this, it's not only focusing on coming with the most insane ideas, but also being different, being unique, being you, being not the average guy doing this. And for that you need to exercise a lot. That's what I'm trying to do with these streams. and to also be consistent, again another thing that I'm trying to do with these streams, and to also focus on how to improve it. That's why I made my research on voice exercises, on speech exercises, and the improvements on how to tell a story and all of other things. That's why I will also try to improve not only the voiceover but also the text that I'm reading a lot, because even though you can have the best text, if you have a bad voiceover, a voice actor is gonna make a huge difference between a bad and a good text. Good text can be said by the most people, but a bad text, it's hard stuff to do if you're not good enough. But also, even if you're the best voice actor, if the text is really bad, no one is gonna care how good your skills of voice acting are. So that's why I'm trying to upgrade both, to get better with both, to can improve it as fast as possible. Because if you check my channel, you can see the thumbnail part, it's pretty decent. It's not the best, I'm not seeing myself as the best, but decent. I mean, is doing the job. That's what's important. And maybe I could add some improvements here and there, but overall it's doing the job that should be done by those thumbnails. But when it comes to speech and text, it's a bit cranky, it's a little bit bad, and I'm trying to improve them. And I hope that's visible, because at least my piece, from the feedback I received to the last video, and that's not my last execution of voice acting and script, as you could see on the stream, and also from a comparison between the last video and the first, it's for sure an improvement, so I'm happy about that. And I hope to get even better, because it's not just that I want to get views, it's that I want to deliver good quality shit. That's the main reason why I'm doing this, because I like to create things, I like to talk with people, I like to share ideas and things, and that's why I'm trying to do this. But even though I want to do these things, I want to deliver them in a good way, to be some good stuff that you can watch when you want to just eat, or you are bored, or things like that. So that's why I'm trying so hard to improve. I'm not saying you should do it yourself if you don't feel the need to do that. It's okay if you want to take things just as casual as any other passion that you have, it's fine, no problem. In my case, I take it so hard because of two reasons. I want to deliver good shit, and two, I want to transform this in my job, because having ADHD, it's a hard thing to have, in my point at least, my point of view, to live with, and to can be in a better control over my ADHD. I need to be my own boss, and for that's why I'm trying to transform my passions into my job. And also, again, the main reason, it's because I want to deliver to you some good shit, and for that I need to learn a lot. It's what I'm trying to do daily. Good, now we finish this and we can press like that, and now we go here, press Control, do this, and now it starts the interesting part. Now I'm gonna press another macro that I have that is gonna add 3 effects to the sound. And we need to wait, unfortunately, for these effects to... You can see it on the screen right now, because this is not catching that part. Second one is applying right now, because I'm recording the project, the Audacity project, not the full screen, and that's because of that. That's why you're not seeing how it's applying my effects. So we need to wait. Now it's only at the second effect finished, and now the third effect. Yep, the filter curve EQ. Come on, just a few seconds. And if you are looking closely here, you can see the sizes are changing little by little. Okay, now this. Normalization loudness effect. My third macro. Yep. Now we need to remove this part over here, this part over here, and check fast if we see some part there where it's a sound where it should not be. Yeah, I don't see anything like that. Oh, here. Yep. Okay. Here again, let's check it. Yep. And this part as well. Yep. I'm removing those small dots because it's possible for my effect to not remove them and put me in a tricky position. That's why I'm first removing this. After removing this, yep, we should be good. Now I just need to select all of this. And now we're getting to cut all of the silence to the truncate silence effect. It's gonna take a little bit. In the meanwhile, I'm gonna do this for a few seconds because I need to go fast to the bathroom until it puts. Oh no, okay. Okay, we're back. So you can see now the silence that we could see previously is nowhere to be seen. If we press Ctrl and zoom, we can see there is still space in between, but it's not as big as previously.
Why? Why is our king so good? What makes it a true masterpiece? Hey!
And now, to be sure the sound is alright, we need to add another thing. And that would be effect. And on I pressed on the effect button that you can see, unfortunately, and use the limiter effect to limit how high and how down we can go with the pitch, to compress it a little bit to be sure it's not too high or too low. Again, this thing I was previously doing manually, but I found this effect and it helps me a lot. Ta-da! Now you see that's not so many highs and downs. It's more consistent in the highs and downs as a sound. And now let's hear it. And in the meanwhile that we hear this, we check the sound. Well, I'm gonna also go to the bathroom because I need, and these are wireless, so I can hear it continuously. And also if you type something in chat, I'm gonna hear it as well because again my headphones are wireless. Now, let's check it.
Why? Why is Arcane so good? What makes it a true masterpiece? Hey, hold on a second, I wondered the same thing. At first, I didn't really understand why so many people were raving about it, but after digging deep and analyzing every detail, I think I uncovered the secret. And since I can't keep this to myself, I'm going to tell you why Arcane is such a special series, one that's almost impossible to replicate. We'll explore everything step by step with and without spoilers, so grab a drink, some snacks, and let's dive together into the fascinating universe of the animated series Arcane. Hi, I'm Azabe. Before we start, I recommend you checking the chapters of the video to avoid any of the spoilers. Enjoy watching. To start, we have to acknowledge that the artistic style of this series is simply phenomenal. Not only it is unique, it's so well executed that if you pause at any moment, it feels like you are looking at a meticulous crafted work of art, not just a simple frame from an animated series. And just so you don't take my word for it, I've prepared some clear examples. Now that we have established how impressive Arcane art is, let's move on onto the story. What makes the story so special? Well, over the years, Riot Games has reworked and remanaged the lore behind the League of Legends game, and with Arcane, they took things to a whole new level, creating a complex story. The creators don't shy away from using curse words or other expressions that aren't exactly PG-13 when needed. The story could have been much more complex, and believe me, they
Let's
had
try to add
enough
some
material
effects
to
as
add
well.
another 10-15 characters without any problem. Yet they choose to present a simplified version focused on a small part of the vast lore. But paradoxically, it's precisely this simplification that helped Arcane become an accessible and captivating story for a broader audience. So, if you are wondering whether the story is successful, the answer is a resounding yes. Simplified or not, Arcane remains an exceptional story. Now that we have discussed the story, another aspect you will quickly notice is the exceptional quality of the sound and how the music perfectly matches each moment in the series. There are even sequences where the artistic style changes to synchronize better with the music, amplifying the emotions the story wants to convey. And of course, I've prepared an example so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. But let's not forget that the sound in Arcane doesn't stop at the music. It's so well executed that even the actors' voices add tremendous value to the experience. I'd even dare say that even without the phenomenal artistic style of the animation, the story would still hit just as hard. But with this unique blend of visual art, captivating story, and perfectly tuned sound, Arcane becomes an absolutely brilliant experience. There's something super important I want to mention about Arcane before the spoiler section. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the so-called curse of video game adaptation into series or movies. Yes, over time we have seen countless failed attempts to bring game stories to life, whether in animation or live action. A notorious example is the World of Warcraft movie. Though it had impressive effects, the story, well, was a total disaster. But Arcane does something that few adaptations have managed. It gives you a compelling story that not only stays true to the original lore, but it's also accessible to everyone. You don't need to be an expert in audience to enjoy the series. Sure, if you're already familiar with the game world, you'll smile when you recognize the regions or characters, but even for those who have never touched a game made by Riot Games, the impact remains just as strong and enjoyable. In fact, Arcane's success brought a wave of new players to League of Legends after the first season ended, proving once again how well crafted the story is. Moreover, Arcane managed to break the curse that seemed to affect all failed adaptations from the gaming world. What do I mean by that? Well, after the directors saw the massive impact Arcane had, they started creating adaptations much truer to the games they were based on. The best examples? Sonic the Hedgehog, the Super Mario Bros. Movie, and others that follow the same recipe for success. And now let's dive straight into the juicy, spoiler-filled details of the story. Spoiler warning, the spoiler section of the video follows. From here on, you proceed at your own risk. Let's start with one of the coolest aspects of Arcane. The story grabs you instantly and isn't afraid to get dark when necessary. The creators have no problem using graphic language or showing the darker side of Zone.
For people confused why I'm not speaking at all, it's because we're here to see if the sound that we did until now, from last stream, yesterday, and the second part that we did today, both of them together, if they sound correctly and if we finish the sound for the next video. So yeah.
which contrasts sharply with Piltover. The two twin cities are like night and day. Piltover, bright, clean, is full of wealthy people living the good life, while Zone is a dirty, depressing place plagued by poverty, crime, and people barely scraping by. The contrast between these two worlds is fascinating. In Piltover, you see the blue sky, impressive architecture, and everything seems perfect. But in Zone, the city beneath Piltover, light barely reaches, and everything is patched, chaotic, and full of filth. The story plays perfectly with this contrast, unafraid to become dark or brutally honest when necessary. What makes Arcane truly special is the way you see the story from multiple perspectives, and the characters are so well developed that even when they make poor choices, you understand their motivations. All these details, suspense, and mystery draw you deeper into the story with every episode. To help you understand just how complex Arcane's story is and how it revolves around the characters, let me give you a clear example. Jinx, known as Powder before she lost her mind. Her story is perhaps the best illustration of transformation and contrast in Arcane. You'll see her gradually change from an innocent child into a ruthless, insane monster. Even when Jinx practically becomes the story antagonist, destroying, torturing, and caring poorly for fun, you can still understand how she got there. You end up empathizing with her and might even hope things will improve, though the story makes it pretty clear that won't happen. The series gives you moments of hope that Powder might return, only to crush them without mercy. You can also notice how Powder's eyes slowly turn pink due to the drug, and her mental state gradually deteriorates until she reaches a point of no return. As the story progresses, she frequently has visions of her childhood friends who died, and these details makes her story increasingly captivating. Jinx knows the visions aren't clear, but little by little she stops caring about the difference between fantasy and reality, which adds even more depth and intrigue to the story. Another compelling example of how Arcane develops its story and contrast in its universe is Vi, Jinx's adoptive sister. At first you see Vi filled with hatred for Piltover police, known as enforcers. She despises them and dreams of the day they disappear. But over the course of the series, things take an unexpected turn. You see her growing closer to Caitlyn, an enforcer and the daughter of one of Piltover council members, the ruling authority of the city. The two even start helping each other, and Vi becomes increasingly involved on their side. The contrast is fascinating. Vi, who once hated enforcers with her entire being, end up allying with one of them. And if you think Jinx underwent a complete transformation, going from a loving child to a dangerous psychopath, Vi's journey is the opposite. She moves from a total hatred to a possible shift, maybe even becoming an enforcer in the future season. Let's also talk about how the twin cities in Arcane are governed and how they treat their residents. In Piltover, everything seems perfect on the surface. The council, made up of influential leaders, decides the city future through votes, and with Hexgate technology, which allows instant travel, trade hacks exploded. But beneath this shiny exterior, many problems are hidden. Corruption among enforcers, and even within the council itself. And some readers view people merely as tools and resources for personal gain. On the other side, in Zone, things look bad at first glance. Crime, poverty, filth, drugs, and much more. But unlike Piltover, Zone still has hope. A self-styled group called Firelights, led by Echo, an old friend of Vi and Jinx, is trying to make a difference. They want to become a kind of local police force to help people reclaim their lives and live normally. So even though Zone appears mired in chaos, glimmers of hope emerge more and more often. The contrast between Piltover, where things only seem to be going well but are actually worsening, and Zone, where people are still fighting for a better future, is one of the reasons Arcane's story is so special. Before moving on to the conclusion and final rating, let's briefly discuss the lore of Runeterra and why I say Arcane's story could have been even more complex. Piltover and Zone, where the action takes place, are just as more part of a much larger world. Runeterra, the planet where the story unfolds, is filled with powerful nations, each with its own conflicts and stories. For example, there's Noxus, an empire constantly battling other nations, like Ionia, a magical place where people are connected to nature and magical beings, where even the houses are alive. Or Demacia, which seems like a bastion of good but hides enormous intolerance and racism toward magic. being a place where practitioners are hunted. Then we have Freljord, a frozen region full of tribes led by strong leaders like the Iceborne, who can control ice and wield weapons made of true ice. An ice that, if touched by anyone who is not an Iceborne, tries to freeze them to death. It's also extremely strong and resilient material for weapons, and let's not forget they are resistant to extreme temperatures. Freljord might seem weak due to the harsh conditions, but these tribes hide impressive strength. Let's not forget Shurima, a desert nation led by demigods with magical technology that can transform people into ascendant beings with divine powers. Here we have Azir, the Emperor of Shurima, Nasus and Renekton, who are caught in a strong conflict due to Renekton's madness. And the list could go on. There are plenty of characters like Ezreal, who had passed to Piltover and Zone multiple times, and the story could have been even more complex if it had included all these lore details. But even so, simplifying the story doesn't make it any less captivating. On the contrary, it makes everything accessible to newcomers to the League of Legends universe, and perfectly introduces you to the fascinating contrast between Piltover and Zone. I hope I've made my thoughts on Arcane pretty clear, and if you haven't watched it yet, I hope I made you curious enough to give it a try. For me, it's a solid 10 out of 10. The story, it's absolutely wild, an emotional roller coaster that keeps you on the edge of your seat. The contrast between the cheerful start and the rather dark end of the first season, the evolution of the characters, and the twin cities Piltover and Zone, all of these elements make Arcane something special. Add to that the unique art style, top-notch animation, and excellent voice acting, and you have a story you simply can't put down. Season 1 is hard to replicate and keeps you hooked from start to finish. So if you have thoughts or want to discuss more, leave them in the comments. And if you like this type of videos, YouTube thinks this will be on your liking, so give it a try. I've been Azabe, I wish you happy watching. Bye!
We did a great job. So now we need to finish just this audio, and here I think I can cut the space right like this, and a bit here, now like this, bomb effects, and this effect, limiter, bomb.
What did I break now? I hope wasn't another mic. What do you mean it's staying? You nuts, are you making me look like an idiot again? Like I have no idea what I'm doing?
Okay.
What did I break now? I hope wasn't another mic. What do you mean it's staying? You nuts, are you making me look like an idiot again? Like I have no idea what I'm doing? Give it a try. I've been Azabe, I wish you happy watching. Bye! What did I break now? I hope wasn't another mic. What do you mean it's staying? You nuts, are you making me look like an idiot again? Like I have no idea what I'm doing?
Good. We finished with the English part, so now I just need to export it, to export the audio as Arcane dub, Arcane and English dub in the not Fire Punch folder. I need it in the Arcane folder. Okay. And it should be good. Export. And done. Now that we have this, I'm gonna change to this. What was that? The heck? Okay. I'm gonna change to this for a few seconds to be able to open the Romanian project for the Romanian dub for this video. And then we can change to dubbing in Romanian. Because we finished with the English. We are good. We done our job. And we also exercised for an hour, so we are pretty much good. But unfortunately, I'm not happy that for the English one, overwork took 3 hours. I know I had some moments when I was just talking, and also the moments when we needed to check the audio, but still, it's a little bit too much for my liking. So hope next time we can go faster with these things, because I really don't like when it's taking me so long. Also, for the English speaking people, if you are still here, remember from now on I'm gonna speak in Romanian. So if you feel the need to leave the stream, you're okay, you can come back and ask me a question in English if you feel like it. If not, you can go back to anything that you need to do, and come here when I'm gonna go play Minecraft as a relaxing part at the end of the stream. Okay, skip. Okay, good. Now, looks like we have the Romanian audio from the last day until the spoiler section, and now we need to do the Romanian part with the spoiler section and conclusion, and continue from there. So from now on, I'm gonna speak in Romanian. Not because the stream is mainly Romanian, because the stream is mainly in English. If it was not obvious, I'm starting the stream with English, and even before starting to dub, I was speaking in English for the exercises. But in case you need to know, we're speaking in Romanian just because we are the part on Romanian, and I feel the need to do that. So I'm gonna switch to Romanian. If you have a question in English, ask it, no problem. Bun. I need to open also the script. Put the M on the screen again. Google Docs, just a few seconds. Arcane script, perfect. Now we need to go back to this one. And the issue is that right now I need to arrange things again. Okay. Okay. Looks like it's alright like that. And I also need to arrange. Okay. It should be good. And now back to Romanian. Good, so now I'm gonna start speaking Romanian for a year now. Hai să începem cu unul dintre cele mai tari lucruri din Arcane. Povestea te prinde imediat și nu te... Hai să începem cu unul dintre cele mai tari lucruri din Arcane. Povestea te prinde imediat și nu... Te prinde imediat și nu se ferește să devină întunecată atunci când e nevoie. Autorii nu au nicio problemă în a folosi un limbaj dur sau a-ți arăta partea întunecată a lumii din Zone, care contrastează puternic cu Piltover. Cele două orașe gemene sunt ca ziua și noaptea. Piltover strălucitor și curat. Piltover strălucitor și curat, plin de oameni bogați care trăiesc o viață frumoasă, în timp ce Zone e un loc murdar, deprimant, plin de sărăcie, criminali și oameni care abia își duc zilele. Contrastul dintre cele două lumi e fascinant. În Piltover vezi cerul albastru, arhitectura impresionantă și totul pare perfect, iar în Zone
orașul de sub Piltover, lumina abia ajunge și totul e peticit, haotic și plin de mizerie. Povestea se joacă perfect cu această diferență și nu se teme să devină întunecată sau să fie brutal de sincer cât e cazul. Ce face Arcane cu adevărat special este felul în care vezi povestea din mai multe perspective, iar personajele sunt atât de bine construite încât chiar dacă fac alegeri proaste, le înțelegi motivele. Toate aceste detalii, suspansul și misterul te atrag tot mai adânc în poveste cu fiecare episod. Ok, so this... Hai să începem cu unul dintre cele mai tari lucruri din Arcane. Povestea te prinde. Hai să începem cu unul dintre cele mai tari lucruri din Arcane. Povestea te prinde imediat și nu se ferește să devină întunecată atunci când este nevoie. Autorii Hai să începem cu unul dintre cele mai tari lucruri din Arcane. Povestea te prinde imediat și nu se ferește să devină întunecată atunci când e nevoie. Autorii nu au nicio problemă în a folosi un limbaj dur sau a-ți arăta partea întunecată a lumii din Zone, care contrastează puternic cu Piltover. Cele două orașe gemene sunt ca ziua și noaptea. Piltover, strălucitor și curat, plin de oameni bogați care trăiesc o viață frumoasă, în timp ce Zone e un loc murdar, deprimant, plin de sărăcie, criminali și oameni care abia își duc zilele. Contrastul dintre cele două lumi e fascinant. Piltover... Ok, let's check it. Bun, să încercăm să verificăm. Hai să începem cu unul dintre cele mai tari lucruri din Arcane. Povestea te prinde imediat și nu se ferește să Brother, if you need the feel of doing yourself something so stupid, you can go and just get some time out. If you really need the feel of doing this. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you can't add some own ads of yourself to advertise yourself here, but even though I'm a more streamer, you can just ask me first, you know? Maybe I'm gonna say yes if you ask me nicely and we talk previously. No need to import yourself with links and things in my chat. Even though I'm a small streamer, that doesn't mean I'm stupid to let you doing that, okay? So please stop doing that, please. Okay, now back. Okay, so let's check it. Hai să începem cu unul dintre cele mai tari lucruri din Arcane. Povestea te prinde imediat și nu se ferește să devină întunecată atunci când e nevoie. Autorii nu au nicio problemă în a folosi un limbaj dur sau a-ți arăta partea întunecată a lumii din Zone, care contrastează puternic cu Piltover. Cele două orașe gemene sunt ca ziua și noaptea. Piltover, strălucitor și curat, plin de oameni bogați care trăiesc o viață frumoasă, în timp ce Zone e un loc murdar, deprimant, plin de sărăcie, criminali și oameni care abia își duc zilele. Care abia își duc zilele. Bun. Acum, abia își duc zilele, avem partea asta. Now we need to do this part over here. Contrastul dintre cele două lumi e fascinant. În Piltover vezi cerul albastru, arhitectura impresionantă și totul pare perfect. Dar în Zone, orașul de sub Piltover, lumina abia ajunge și totul e peticit, haotic și plin de mizerie. Povestea se joacă perfect cu cele... Let's do it again. O să fac asta nou pentru că nu-mi place cum e ieșit, ok? I'm gonna do this again, I don't like it, ok? Contrastul dintre cele două lumi e fascinant. În Piltover vezi cerul albastru, arhitectura impresionantă și totul pare perfect. Dar în Zone, orașul de depsi... mi s-a încurcat inima în gură. Contrastul dintre cele două lumi e fascinant. Ok, my voice is cracking. Mi s-a tăiat vocea. It's some water. And this time I'm putting water, not Pepsi. Okay, water. Okay. Now back to dubbing my text. Abia își duc zilele. Contrastul dintre cele două e fascinant. Piltover vezi... Contrastul dintre cele două e fascinant. În Piltover vezi cerul albastru, arhitectura impresionantă și totul pare perfect. Dar în Zone, orașul de sub Piltover, lumina abia ajunge și totul e peticit, haotic și plin de mizerie. Povestea se joacă perfect cu această diferență și nu se teme să devină întunecată sau să fie brutal de sinceră când e cazul. Let's do it again. Contrastul între cele două lumi e fascinant. În Piltover vezi cerul albastru, arhitectura impresionantă și totul pare perfect. Dar în Zone, orașul de sub Piltover, lumina abia ajunge și totul e peticit, haotic și plin de mizerie. Povestea se joacă perfect cu această distanță. Povestea se joacă perfect cu această diferență și nu... Povestea se joacă perfect cu această diferență și nu se joacă... Povestea se... Bag pula! Let's do it again. Contrastul dintre cele două lumi e fascinant. În fiecare vezi cerul albastru... În fiecare... Why did I say that? Contrastul dintre cele două lumi e fascinant. În Piltover vezi cerul albastru, arhitectura impresionantă și totul pare perfect. Dar în Zone, orașul de sub Piltover, lumina abia ajunge și totul e peticit, haotic și plin de mizerie. Povestea se joacă perfect cu această diferență și nu se teme să devină întunecată sau să fie brutal de sinceră când e cazul. Ok, let's check it. Contrastul dintre cele două lumi e fascinant. În Piltover vezi cerul albastru, arhitectura impresionantă și totul pare perfect. Dar în Zone, orașul de sub Piltover, lumina abia ajunge și totul e peticit, haotic și plin de mizerie. Povestea se joacă perfect cu această diferență și nu se teme să devină întunecată sau să fie brutal de sinceră când e cazul. One more time. Contrastul dintre cele două lumi e fascinant. În Piltover vezi cerul albastru, arhitectura impresionantă și totul pare perfect. Dar în Zone, orașul de sub Piltover, lumina abia ajunge și totul e peticit, haotic și plin de mizerie. Povestea se joacă perfect cu această diferență și nu se teme să devină întunecată sau să fie brutal de sinceră când e cazul. Very good. We are going good. Now we need to read this. Deci acum o să trebuie să citim partea asta și după care trecem mai departe. So after we read this, we need to read it also for the English speaking people. A small reminder if you are still here. Remember, I did the English part, so you can go and watch the English part in the VOD if you want. Now is the Romanian part, because we need to finish the Romanian part as well. Now back to the Romanian, guys. So,
Am zis că am terminat partea de engleză și acum trecem la română. De ce traduc în caz că sunt și vorbitori doar de limba română și nu știu și engleză? Just to be sure. Doar ca să sunt sigur. Bun. Partea asta avem. Now this. And also if you are English speaker, you can chat and speak with me with no issue. Same for Romanians, because I'm gonna reply both in English and Romanian with no issue. Same for la fel și pentru români. Dacă sunteți români, vorbiți în română, nu-i problemă. La fel și în engleză, vorbiți, nu am treabă. Vă răspund în oricare mă vreți. Good, now to dubbing. To voice acting. De sinceră, când e cazul. Ce face Arkane cu adevărat special este... Ce face Arkane cu adevărat special este felul în care vezi pe... Ce face Arkane cu adevărat special este felul în care vezi povestea din mai multe perspective, iar personajele sunt atât de bine construite încât chiar dacă it becomes robotic, devine robotic. Ce face Arkane Ce face Arkane cu adevărat special este felul în care vezi povestea din mai multe perspective, iar personajele sunt atât de bine construite încât, chiar dacă fac alegeri proaste, le înțelegi motivele. Toate aceste detalii, suspansul și misterul te atrag tot mai adânc în poveste cu fiecare episod. Let's go! Finally, let's check it. Ce face Arkane cu adevărat special este felul în care vezi povestea din mai multe perspective, iar personajele sunt atât de bine construite încât, chiar dacă fac alegeri proaste, le înțelegi motivele. Toate aceste detalii, suspansul și misterul te atrag tot mai adânc în poveste cu fiecare episod. Ok? Now this. Ca să înțelegi mai... Ca să înțelegi mai bine cât de complex este povestea din Arkane și cum se învârte în jurul personajelor, hai să-ți dau un exemplu clar. Jinx, cunoscută și ca Powder, înainte să-și piardă mințile. Povestea este... Ca să înțelegi mai bine cât de complexă este povestea din Arkane și cum se învârte în jurul personajelor, hai să-ți dau un exemplu clar. Jinx, cunoscută și ca Powder, înainte să-și piardă mințile. Povestea este poate cea mai bună ilustrare a transformării și a construirii. Povestea este... Ok. Povestea este poate cea mai bună ilustrare a transformării și a contrastului din Arkane. O vezi cum dintr-un copil inocent și Povestea este poate cea mai bună ilustrare a transformării și a contrastului din Arkane. O vezi cum dintr-un copil inocent și nevinovat devine treptat un monstru nebun și fără milă. Ca să înțelegi mai bine cât de complexă este povestea din Arkane și cum se învârte în jurul personajelor, hai să-ți dau un exemplu clar. Jinx, cunoscută și ca Powder, înainte să-și piardă mințile. Povestea este poate cea mai bună ilustrare a transformării și a contrastului din Arkane. O vezi cum dintr-un copil inocent și nevinovat devine treptat un monstru nebun și fără milă. Cuci! Now, this one... Hai să vorbim și pe ăsta, să citim și pe ăsta. Chiar și când Jinx ajunge să fie practic antagonistul poveștii, distruge, torturează și ucide doar pentru pură distracție, încă poți să înțelegi de ce a ajuns așa. Ajungi să empatizezi cu ea și poate chiar sper că lucrurile se vor îmbunătăți, deși povestea îți arată destul de clar că nu va fi cazul. Serialul îți dă câteva momente de speranță că Powder ar putea să revină, doar ca să-ți redistrugă, doar ca să-ți rezdrobească fără milă, doar ca să-ți rezdrobească fără milă. Doar ca să-ți redistrugă, doar ca să-ți rezdrobească fără milă, doar ca să-ți rezdrobească. Chiar și când Jinx ajunge să fie practic antagonistul poveștii, distruge, torturează și ucide doar pentru pură distracție, încă poți să înțelegi de ce a ajuns așa. A ajuns să empatizezi cu ea și poate chiar sper că lucrurile se vor îmbunătăți, deși povestea îți arată destul de clar că nu grafic cazul. Serialul îți dă câteva momente de speranță că Powder ar putea să revină, doar ca să-ți rezdrobească fără milă. Good job for us. Next one. De asemenea poți observa cum De asemenea, poți observa cum ochii lui Powder devin treptat roz din cauza drogului, iar starea ei mentală se degradează încet, până ajunge într-un punct de unde nu mai există cale de întoarcere. Pe măsură ce povestea avansează, ea are De asemenea, poți observa cum ochii lui Powder devin treptat roz din cauza drogului, iar starea ei mentală se degradează încet, până ajunge într-un punct de unde nu mai există cale de întoarcere. Pe măsură ce povestea avansează, ea are tot mai des viziuni cu prietenii ei din copilărie care au murit, iar toate aceste detalii fac ca povestea ei să fie De asemenea, poți observa cum ochii lui Powder devin treptat roz din cauza drogului, iar starea ei mentală De asemenea, poți observa cum ochii lui Powder devin treptat roz din cauza drogului, iar starea ei mentală se degradează încet până ajunge într-un punct de unde nu mai există cale de întoarcere. Pe măsură ce povestea avansează, ea are tot mai des viziuni cu prietenii din copilărie care au murit, iar toate aceste detalii fac ca povestea ei să fie din ce în ce mai captivantă. Jinx știe că viziunile nu sunt reale, dar încet începe să nu-i mai pese de diferența dintre fantezie și realitate, iar asta doar adaugă și mai multă profunzime și intrigă poveștii. Ok, where is the mistake? Ea are tot mai des viziuni cu prietenii din copilărie care au murit, iar toate aceste detalii fac ca povestea ei să fie din ce în ce mai captivantă. Jinx știe că viziunile nu sunt reale. De asemenea, poți observa cum ochii lui Powder devin treptat roz din cauza drogului, iar starea ei mentală se degradează încet până ajunge într-un punct de unde nu mai există cale de întoarcere. Pe măsură ce povestea avansează, ea are tot mai des viziuni cu prietenii din copilărie care au murit, iar toate aceste detalii fac ca povestea ei să fie din ce în ce mai captivantă. Jinx știe că viziunile nu sunt reale, dar încet începe să nu-i mai Ok, aici. Nu sunt reale, dar încet începe să nu-i mai pese de diferența dintre fantezie și realitate, iar asta doar adaugă și mai multă profunzime și intrigă poveștii. Good. Next one. Un alt exemplu super captivant al felului în care Arcane dezvoltă poveste și Ok, hai să citim. Let's read it first without recording. Un alt exemplu super captivant al felului în care Arcane dezvoltă poveste și contrastele din universul său este Vi, sora adoptivă a lui Jinx. La început o vezi pe Vi plină de ură față de poliția din Piltover, cunoscuți ca Enforcers. Îi detestă din tot sufletul și visează la ziua când vor dispărea. Dar pe parcursul serialului lucrurile iau o întorsătură neașteptată. O vezi cum se apropie tot mai mult de Caitlyn, un Enforcer și fiica unuia dintre membrii Consiliului din Piltover, Consiliul fiind cei ce conduc Piltover. Ok? Hai să citim poveștii. Un alt exemplu super captivant al felului în care Arcane dezvoltă povestea și controverse și contrastele, nu controverse, ok. Un alt exemplu super captivant al felului în care Arcane dezvoltă povestea și contrastele din universul său este Vi, sora adoptivă a lui Jinx. La început o vezi pe Vi plină de ură față de poliția din Piltover, cunoscut și ca Enforcers. Îi detestă din tot sufletul și visează la ziua când vor dispărea. Dar, pe parcursul serialului lucrurile iau o întrăsătură neașteptată. O vezi cum se apropie tot mai mult de Caitlyn, un Enforcer și fiica unuia dintre membrii Consiliului din Piltover, Consiliul fiind cei ce conduc Piltover. Hai să auzim. Ăsta tăiat aici. Okay. Un alt exemplu super captivant al felului în care Arcane dezvoltă povestea și contrastele din universul său este Vi, sora adoptivă a lui Jinx. La început o vezi pe Vi plină de ură față de poliția din Piltover, cunoscut și ca Enforcers. Îi detestă din tot sufletul și visează la ziua când vor dispărea. Dar, pe parcursul serialului lucrurile o iau... Pe parcursul serialului lucrurile iau o întrăsătură neașteptată. O vezi cum se apropie tot mai mult de Caitlyn, un Enforcer și fiica unuia dintre membrii Consiliului din Piltover, Consiliul fiind cei ce conduc Piltover. Hai să mai ascultăm o dată, let's hear it again. Un alt exemplu super captivant al felului în care Arcane dezvoltă povestea și contrastele din universul său este Vi, sora adoptivă a lui Jinx. La început o vezi pe Vi plină de ură față de poliția din Piltover, cunoscut și ca Enforcers. Îi detestă din tot sufletul și visează la ziua când vor dispărea. Dar, pe parcursul serialului lucrurile iau o întrăsătură neașteptată. O vezi cum se apropie tot mai mult de Caitlyn, un Enforcer și fiica unuia dintre membrii Consiliului din Piltover, Consiliul fiind cei ce conduc Piltover. Good job to us! Am făcut o treabă bună! Ok... Later by later getting there. Cele două ajung chiar să se ajute reciproc, iar Vi devine din ce în ce mai implicată de partea lor. Contrastul e fascinant. Vi, care urăște Enforcerii, Cele două ajung chiar să se ajute reciproc, iar Vi devine din ce în ce mai implicată de partea lor. Contrastul e fascinant. Vi, care urăște Enforcerii cu toată ființa ei, ajunge să se alieze cu unul dintre ei. Și dacă te gândești că Jinx a avut o transformare totală de când era un copil iubitor la o psihopată periculoasă, la Vi lucrurile se întâmplă invers. Ea trece de la ură totală la o posibilă schimbare, poate chiar devenind un Enforcer în sezonul următor. Știu că scrie în viitorul sezon, în sezonul următor, same shit, ok? Not gonna do that again, it's exactly same shit, I'm just gonna do it off the dome. Cele două ajung chiar să se ajute reciproc, iar Vi devine din ce în ce mai implicată de partea lor. Contrastul e fascinant. Vi, care urăște Enforcerii cu toată ființa ei, ajunge să se alieze cu unul dintre ei. Și dacă te gândești că Jinx a avut o transformare totală de când era un copil iubitor la o psihopată periculoasă, la Vi lucrurile se întâmplă invers. Ea trece de la ură totală la o posibilă schimbare, poate chiar devenind un Enforcer în sezonul următor. Să vorbim puțin și despre cum sunt conduse cele două orașe gemene din Arcane și cum își tratează locuitorii. Să vorbim puțin și despre cum sunt conduse cele două orașe gemene din Arcane și cum își tratează locuitorii. Ok. În Piltover totul pare perfect la suprafață, consiliul compus de... În Piltover totul pare perfect la suprafață, consiliul compus din lideri influenți decide viitorul orașului prin voturi, iar cu tehnologia Hexgate, care permite călătorii instante, comerțul a explodat. Dar, sub acest exterior strălucitor, se ascund multe probleme, corupție în rândul enforcerilor și chiar în Consiliu, iar unii lideri văd oamenii doar ca pe niște unelte și resurse pentru a se îmbogăți. Hai să ascultăm. Let's hear it. În Piltover totul pare perfect ca suprafață. Consiliul compus din lideri influenți decide viitorul orașului prin voturi, iar cu tehnologia Hexgate, care permite călătorii instante, comerțul a explodat. Dar, sub acest exterior strălucitor, se ascund multe probleme, corupție în rândul enforcerilor și chiar în Consiliu, iar unii lideri văd oamenii doar ca pe niște unelte și resurse pentru a se îmbogăți. Good. Now this. De partea cealaltă, în zone, lucrurile sunt... De partea cealaltă, în zone, lucrurile stau rău la prima vedere. Criminalitate, sărăcie, mizerie, droguri și multe... Am uitat de alarmă. Hai fără mai alarmă. De partea cealaltă... De partea cealaltă, în zone, lucrurile stau rău la prima vedere. Criminalitate, sărăcie, mizerie, droguri și multe altele. Dar spre deosebire de Piltover, în zone încă există speranță, un grup autonom. De partea cealaltă, în zone, lucrurile stau rău la prima vedere. Criminalitate, sărăcie, mizerie, droguri și multe altele. Dar spre deosebire de Piltover, în zone încă există speranța. Again. De partea cealaltă, în zone, lucrurile stau rău la prima vedere. Criminalitate, sărăcie, mizerie, droguri și multe altele. Dar, spre deosebire de Piltover, în zone încă există speranță. Un grup auto-intitulat Recurici, condus de Echo, un vechi prieten al lui Vi și Jinx, încearcă să facă ceva pentru a schimba lucrurile. Ei vor să devină un fel de poliție locală și să ajute oamenii să-și recâștige viața și să ducă o viață normală. Așadar, chiar dacă în zone pare confund... Ok, din nou. De partea cealaltă. De partea cealaltă, în zone, lucrurile stau rău la prima vedere. Criminalitate, sărăcie, mizerie, droguri și multe altele. Dar spre deosebire de Piltover, în zone încă există speranță. Un grup auto-intitulat Recurici, condus de Echo, un vechi prieten al lui Vi și Jinx, încearcă să facă ceva pentru a schimba lucrurile. Ei vor să devină un fel de poliție locală și să ajute oamenii să-și recâștige viața și să ducă o viață normală. Așadar, chiar dacă zone pare confundat în haos, licăriri de speranță apar tot mai des. Contrastul dintre Piltover, unde lucrurile doar par să se... Contrastul dintre Piltover, unde lucrurile par să meargă... Contrastul apar tot mai des. Hai să ascultăm. De partea cealaltă, în zone, lucrurile stau rău la prima vedere. Criminalitate, sărăcie, mizerie, droguri și multe altele. Dar spre deosebire de Piltover, în zone încă există speranță. Un grup auto-intitulat Recurici, condus de Echo, un vechi prieten al lui Vi și Jinx, încearcă să facă ceva pentru a schimba lucrurile. Ei vor să devină un fel de poliție locală și să ajute oamenii să-și recâștige viața și să ducă o viață normală. Așadar, chiar dacă Zone pare confundat în haos, licăriri de speranță apar tot mai des. Aici. Contrastul de Piltover, unde lucrurile doar par să meargă bine, dar de fapt se înrăutățesc, și Zone, unde oamenii încă luptă pentru un viitor mai bun, este unul dintre motivele pentru care povestea din Arcane este atât de specială. Înainte de a trece la concluzie și nota finală, hai să vorbim puțin și despre lore-ul din Runeterra și de ce spun că povestea din Arcane putea fi mult mai complexă. Piltover și Zone, locurile unde se desfășoară acțiunea, sunt doar o mică parte dintr-o lume mult mai vastă. Runeterra, planeta unde povestea se desfășoară, e plină de națiuni puternice, fiecare cu proprie conflicte și povești. Contrastul de Piltover, unde lucrurile doar par să meargă bine, dar de fapt se înrăutățesc, și Zone, unde oamenii încă luptă pentru un viitor mai bun, este unul dintre motivele pentru care povestea din Arcane este atât de specială. Înainte de a trece la concluzie și nota finală, hai să vorbim puțin și despre lore-ul din Runeterra și de ce spun că povestea din Arcane putea fi mult mai complexă. Piltover și Zone, locurile unde se... Piltover și Zone, locurile unde se desfășoară acțiunea, sunt doar o mică parte dintr-o lume mult mai vastă. Runeterra, planeta unde povestea se desfășoară, e plină de națiuni puternice, fiecare cu proprie conflicte și povești. Good. We are moving a lot faster than in the English dub. Ne mișcăm mai rapid ca la engleză, la partea de engleză, la dublajul în engleză. De exemplu, Noxus, unde un imperiu care se luptă constant cu alte națiuni, cum ar fi Ionia, un loc magic unde oamenii sunt conectați la natură și ființe magice, iar aici chiar și casele lor sunt vii. Sau Demacia, care pare un bastion al binelui, dar ascunde o intoleranță și rasism uriaș față de magie, fiind un loc unde cei care practică un... De exemplu, Noxus, un imperiu care se luptă constant cu alte națiuni, cum ar fi Ionia, un loc magic unde oamenii sunt conectați la natură și ființe magice, iar aici chiar și casele sunt vii. Sau Demacia, care pare un bastion al binelui, dar ascunde o intoleranță și rasism uriaș față de magie, fiind un loc unde cei care practică sunt vânați. Apoi avem Freljord, o regiune înghețată plină de triburi conduse de lideri puternici, cum ar fi Icebornii, care pot controla gheața, au arme făcute din true ice, o gheață care, dacă este atinsă de oricine altcineva care nu este un Iceborn, va încerca să îi înghețe până la moarte și fiind tolerant... Again. De exemplu... Yep. De exemplu, Noxus, un imperiu care se luptă constant cu alte națiuni, cum ar fi Ionia, un loc magic unde oamenii conectați. De exemplu, Noxus, un imperiu care se luptă constant cu alte națiuni, cum ar fi Ionia, un loc magic unde oamenii sunt conectați la natură și ființe magice, iar aici chiar și casele sunt vii. Sau Demacia, care pare un bastion al binelui, dar ascunde o intoleranță și rasism uriaș față de magie, fiind un loc unde cei care practică sunt vânați. Apoi avem Freljord, o regiune înghețată plină de triburi conduse de lideri puternici, cum ar fi Icebornii, care pot controla gheața, au arme făcute din true ice, o gheață care, dacă este atinsă de oricine altcineva care nu este un Iceborn, va încerca să înghețe până la moarte și fiind totodată un material foarte puternic și rezistent pentru arme. Să nu uităm și că sunt rezistenți la temperaturi extreme. Freerior poate părea slab din cauza condițiilor grele, dar aceste triburi ascund o forță impresionantă. Freerior poate părea... Hai să ascultăm. De exemplu, Noxus, un imperiu care se luptă constant cu alte națiuni, cum ar fi Ionia, un loc magic unde oamenii sunt conectați la natură și ființe magice, iar aici chiar și casele sunt vii. Sau Demacia, care pare un bastion al binelui, dar ascunde o intoleranță și rasism uriaș față de magie, fiind un loc unde cei care practică sunt vânați. Apoi avem Freerior, o regiune înghețată plină de triburi conduse de lideri puternici, cum ar fi Icebornii, care pot controla gheața, au arme făcute din True Ice, o gheață care, dacă este atinsă de oricine altcineva care nu este un Iceborn, va încerca să înghețe până la moarte și fiind totodată un material foarte puternic și rezistent pentru arme. Să nu uităm și că sunt rezistenți la temperaturi extreme. Freerior poate părea slab din cauza condițiilor grele, dar aceste triburi ascund o forță impresionantă. Uiguchi. We have only this done. Să nu uităm de Shurima, o națiune a nisipurilor condusă de semizei cu o tehnologie magică care poate transforma oamenii în Ascendant, ființe cu puteri divine. Aici îl avem pe Azir, împăratul din Shurima, Narsux și Renekton, care sunt prinși într-un conflict puternic din cauza nebuniei lui Renekton. Și lista poate continua. Există o mulțime de personaje ca Ezreal, care a trecut de mai multe ori prin Piltover și Zone, iar povestea ar fi putut să fie mult mai complexă dacă ar fi inclus toate aceste detalii din lore. Dar, chiar și așa, simplificarea poveștii nu o face mai puțin captivantă. Din contră, face totul accesibil pentru noi. Ok, tai. Toate aceste detalii din lore. Hai să ascultăm. Să nu uităm de Shurima, o națiune a nisipurilor condusă de semizei cu o tehnologie magică care poate transforma oamenii în Ascendant, ființe cu puteri divine. Aici îl avem pe Azir, împăratul din Shurima, Narsux și Renekton, care sunt prinși într-un conflict puternic din cauza nebuniei lui Renekton. Și lista poate continua. Există o mulțime de personaje ca Ezreal, care a trecut de mai multe ori prin Piltover și Zone, iar povestea ar fi putut să fie mult mai complexă dacă ar fi inclus toate aceste detalii din lore. Dar, chiar și așa, simplificarea poveștii nu o face mai puțin captivantă, din contră, face totul accesibil pentru noi veniții în universul League of Legends și te introduce perfect în contrastul fascinant dintre Piltover și Zone. Ending, finally. Chiar și așa, simplificarea poveștii nu o face mai puțin captivantă, din contră, face totul accesibil pentru noi veniții în universul League of Legends și te introduce perfect în contrastul fascinant dintre Piltover și Zone. Sper că v-am rămurit destul de bine despre ce cred eu despre Arcane și dacă nu v-ați... Sper că v-am rămurit destul de bine despre ce cred eu despre Arcane și dacă nu l-ați văzut încă, sper că m-am făcut suficient de curioși să-i dați o șansă. Pentru mine e un 10 din 10, clar. Povestea e o nebunie totală, un roller coaster emoțional care te ține mereu în suspans. Contrastul dintre începutul vesel și finalul destul de întunecat al primului sezon, evoluția personajelor și a orașelor gemene, Piltover și Zone, toate astea fac din Arcane ceva special. Sper că v-am rămurit destul de bine despre ce cred eu despre Arcane și dacă nu l-ați văzut încă, sper că m-am făcut suficient de curioși să-i dați o șansă. Pentru mine e un 10 din 10, clar. Povestea e o nebunie totală, un roller coaster
emoțional care te ține mereu în suspans. Contrastul dintre începutul vesel și finalul destul de întunecat al primului sezon, evoluția personajelor și a orașelor gemene, Piltover și Zone, toate astea fac din Arcane ceva special. Adaugă la asta stilul artistic unic, animație de top și voce actori care au făcut o treabă excelentă și o poveste pe care pur și simplu nu o poți lăsa din mână. Sezonul 1 e greu de replicat și te ține cu sufletul la gură de la început până la final. Așa că dacă ai păreri sau vrei să discutăm mai multe, lasă-le în comentarii și dacă vrei să vezi mai multe clipuri de acest gen, YouTube crede că următorul clip îți va plăcea. Eu am fost Azabe, bye! Îți va plăcea. Îți va plăcea. Eu am fost Azabe, îți urez viziunea. Eu am fost Azabe, îți urez vizionarea plăcută. Bye! Eu am fost Azabe, îți urez vizionarea plăcută. Bye! And again, I need to do that because that's my signature, okay? Don't judge me for that. Ce am spart acum? Sper că nu are microfon. Cum adică rămâne? Ionuț, iar mă fac să par un idiot și când habar nu am ce fac. Dan. Hai să ascultăm și asta și that's it. Let's hear this and that's it. Ce am spart acum? Sper că nu are microfon. Cum adică rămâne? Ionuț, iar mă fac să par un idiot și când habar nu am ce fac. Ce am spart acum? Sper că nu are microfon. Cum adică rămâne? Ionuț, iar mă fac să par un idiot și când habar nu am ce fac. We Gucci. Alright, so we finished with the voice acting. I'm gonna speak to Romanian people first because we are at the Romanian part, and then we go straight up to telling you the ending too, because I said that I'm gonna play some Minecraft, but it's already close to 5 hours of just speaking, and I don't think I have the energy for Minecraft. Even though it should be just relaxing and building, it's still a stream and I want to talk, and I don't have the energy. So I'm gonna end this here. Hopefully tomorrow we can play some Minecraft too, as we did yesterday. So, thank you. I'm gonna go to Romanians. So, aici o să închid și eu live-ul, pentru că, deși am spus că vreau să joc și niște Minecraft, din păcate nu se mai poate pentru că am vorbit extrem de mult. 4 ore, aproape 5 ore de vorbit și deja mi se taie vocea și deși am spus că jucăm Minecraft ca să ne relaxăm, în continuare tot trebuie să vorbesc, că e un live și mă simt că trebuie să vorbesc. În concluzie, o să închid și eu live-ul aici, sper că v-a plăcut. Dacă v-a plăcut, vă mai știu și data viitoare. Dacă vedeți chestia asta pe YouTube, pe canalul de VODs, vă aștept pe streamuri și, cunosc, poate o să pun secvențe de pe asta și ca niște edituri pe un canal de edits de pe VODs, unos. Dacă v-a plăcut, eu vă aștept și pe voi și sper să fie mai together, dar tot mai mult să fie facem tot treaba cât mai fun și poate băgăm și niște Minecraft împreună și who knows. V-ați jucat și vă ras. Acum o să revin la engleză, vorbesc cu oamenii pe engleză și după care am turit-o și eu pentru că e deja mult de stream și deja mi se taie foarte rău vocea și deja mă doare foarte rău vocea. Deci, m-am jucat și vă urez baftă. Now, to the English people. Thank you very much for staying here. I appreciate you a lot. And maybe, like we did last stream yesterday, we're gonna tomorrow play some Minecraft. Hopefully with you, who knows, we're gonna see it. Again, I appreciate a lot that you stayed with me, and if you see this on YouTube, on the VOD channel, I'm waiting for you here on the streams if you want to join us, or if you are seeing this maybe on a future edits channel with edits from the VODs, who knows. But in any case, I love that you, for people who had been here with me, and thank you very much for being here. Now, I only can say bye and hope to see you next year. Thank you very much guys and bye bye. I'm gonna put the song a little bit at the end and that's it, and hopefully we can see each other tomorrow. Bun, revin și apoi români.
Acum și mei. O să pun acum muzica de final, sper și că mai o să fie și sper că ne auzim și mâine. M-am țucat și multă baftă. Kiss you guys and bye bye.